Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back to the stream and welcome back to both Warhammer Week and Warhammer Wednesday as we resume our adventures in Rogue Trader. Apologies over on Twitch side, I forgot to update the stream info, but it should be correct now, even if the stream elements doesn't say so. Game audio should be right. It just doesn't seem to be showing the audio right now. Come on. Joined once again by my brother, so you can say hello now as well.
Thank you for having me. Hello.
Yeah, game audio is not. Why it does that, but whatever. Here we go. Alright, cooperative mode. Lobby. Away. Save. Good to go, and we're also taking an ad break, which is fine because we're just loading into the campaign. Oh, good. Let us pick who controls who at the start. Some people out there that are technically playing Warframe for Wednesdays, which I could have done at some point, but this works better for us.
Venture forward.
Wonder if there's any. Control.
Let's see this through.
definitely curious. I think we get a Adeptus Mechanicus character later before this new DLC is coming. Because there's stuff that mentions must not be or must be one. Wanna read or shall I?
I will. Lord Captain, sir, Adak Frenzo stops perusing the reports on his data slate. I hope being in this bay has not caused you any inconvenience.
No, well, I guess we spoke to him before because there's no new dialogue.
Let's seize the moment.
Correct.
What's that smell? It's blood. I wonder how difficult it is for a... Well, I'll read. Is this the welcome you give the rogue trader? Whoever had the audacity to leave behind this appalling symbol, I'll see to it that the Master-at-Arms calls them to account for herself.
The corner of the captain's mouth twitches nervously as he mutters, "Damn those. How did they even..."
Examine the mark.
You have seen this sort of symbol before. Death cultists carve bleeding marks like this into their own skin. Cabela carves the same symbol on the back of her hand with a knife and whispers a prayer. Doman Rider, remember this sign. It is the beginning of your quest, the first blood trail.
Do you know what this mark is?
It resembles one of the symbols associated with the blood-spun web. What was it called again? The Song of Trailing Blood, I think. It's a prayer familiar to many in this compartment. We've heard spinners say it when they, well, perform their signature acts of service to the Emperor. Renzo takes a deep breath. The soundless shadows sank into the dark. Slash feet crescendo, a fatal distance.
Dance.
A fatal dance. Blade song in tempo, on each edge an echo. Twin odes to death throes, now on her sacred blood. As she once trod the backs of foes, tread countless souls, but none who know.
You memorize the verse? Why?
When I took up my post here, I made sure to familiarize myself with all the particular qualities of this compartment. I soon heard about the verse and decided to investigate. I questioned a number of people who followed the blood-spun web as I was trying to figure out if there was anything pernicious about it, and eventually I learned the whole thing. He frowns. The words are certainly strange, but it's nothing worse than that, it seems.
What is the Song of Trailing Blood?
From what I can tell, it's something like a prayer with several verses that tell about the life of one of the cult saints, Ariane, or the matriarch spider, as they call her.
So I'm invited to follow a trail of blood, it seems. I accept the spinner's invitation.
I hope you find what you're looking for, and to return to upper deck safely, Lord Captain.
Marching ahead.
Upper deckers avoid coming here. But how come would live aboard the flagship only to turn one's back on the core that gives it life.
This core can just as easily take a life too. Especially if someone around here takes a fancy to your boots.
I do like how they all wear this kind of steely blue armor. Reminds me of the same kind of colors that the Imperials and original chapter that they introduced in Inquisitor Martyr as well. They wore a similar blue. I'll have to see if I can kind of recreate that
Onward to victory.
chapter in Space Marine 2, because that would be neat. They give us blood ravens, but I don't think they did that other one. I'll have to look up its name. Is like something Storm Heralds or something. I'll look that up quick. Storm Watchers. Yep, some people I think have tried to recreate them. They're like a dark blue. Mostly dark blue with like dark gray, black kind of metal colors. And like a fist emblem. Oh, it's like a power fist as their emblem, which I don't think I'll be able to do, but I'll try to recreate this in Space Marine 2 sometime. I think they're pretty cool looking.
Forge ahead, never linger.
Mercy, please save me. The young man gasped for air through burnt lips, slipping in and out of delirium. His skin is dripping from his gaunt body like melted wax from a candle. His eyes, somehow intact, alive, clear, and filled with pain, stare at you from under his caked eyelids.
Hey, Pixie. So far it's going well. We just resumed. Get some enforcers and Medicaid personnel here now. There's a man in need of revival. Once he has recovered, assign him to be a scribe's apprentice. He is too badly injured to go back to a worker's life.
A blissful smile twists the man's lips, and a tear forms at the corner of his ruined eye socket. The God Emperor has sent you to save me. You are his light. You are his grace. Thank you. Thank you for not leaving me here.
Never forget the mercy that the Lord Captain has granted you.
When the Undying One is ready to accept a soul, it must be sent forth. So will it be freed from the torment of flesh. Yet you have chosen to prolong this one's suffering. Your intentions perplex me.
Who are you and what happened to you?
I'm Vale, a cleaner. I was in my house, asleep. Enforcers came, set fire to it. I didn't make it out in time.
Yeah, anything about the mark next to you?
He tries to turn his head, his blackened skin crunching as it opens into scarlet cracks. A spinner came. He painted the symbol and gave me water and whispered a strange verse. He told me to memorize it and to recite it later, so that help would come. And here you are. Then I should. He begins to whisper, his lips twisted in pain. To Soot's smirched soul, her mercy she did grant. Last breath expressed, knife met heart. Removed from chest, passed on to death. Her duty blessed, a balm for those who suffer anguish and distress, a longing brought to rest of mortal bonds the soul divest. Of course, thank you.
Let's see this through. Experience? Nothing matters more. Nothing's impossible for this old officer. Stay sharp.
Group of gawkers are crowding around a makeshift stage, watching a strange duo perform. A man with odd-looking goggles pushed up on his forehead, hands wrapped in worn leather gloves, plays a tune on a handmade flute. Next to him sits a stack of crates supporting some kind of game board. A scruffy rat is rolling small glass balls around the board.
Watch the game.
Several workers empty their pockets and start throwing ration cards, bolt nuts, and even a few power panels into the small chest next to the board. The flute player winks at the crowd and switches to a different tune. The rat squeaks excitedly and starts rolling the colorful balls the players have chosen around the maze of tunnels on the board, but not a single one reaches the goal, a hole marked with a red circle. The goal just rolls all the balls off the board or into dead ends. Once the first group of players get their hopes dashed and leave empty-handed, new workers immediately take their place.
Listen to the tune.
The rat's movements, from the flicks of its tail to when and where it pushes the balls, obey its master's wordless commands with uncanny precision. The notes, the pauses, the rhythm, every part of the melody serves as a signal to the flute player's tiny assistant.
Watch the rat.
The rat scurries around on the board, spurred on by the flute. Its movements appear erratic at first glance, but after a while you notice how consistently the balls seem to miss the goal at the very last moment. While the rat's clumsy, amusing scampering distracts the spectators, its nimble tail directs the balls away from the hole.
Fine show.
The crowd, which have been too absorbed in the performance to notice your presence, turns to you, expressions of frightful awe appearing on the workers' faces. Many start whispering prayers. The flute player's clear eyes widen in surprise. Then, with an open, friendly smile, he says, "Many a grand story of the Lord Captain's generosity is told, and I swear on my own flute, today I will add another. To a fortune peddler, the Lord Captain's grace is a gift from fate itself. He applauds you with gratitude, and the workers timidly join in. Perhaps you would like to trade us some of that captain's fortune of yours, your lordship. The flute player bows respectfully and gestures at the game board. The crowd buzzes with anticipation.
Who are you?
I am but one of many. The man gestures broadly at the teaming station. A voice in the crowd, a cog in the mechanism, his humble servant. Flute player is all they call me, because that's what I am. I make up tunes and give the people respite after a hard day's work.
It's a curious looking flute. How did you come by it?
He pats his instrument gently. My mother loved music. She used to hum beautiful melodies to me, and when she passed away, I carved this flute from her hip bone and learned to play, out of sorrow and in respect for her memory.
You're at the board. Are you suggesting we play a game?
The flute player smiles eagerly. Please bless our little lark with your attention.
Explain the rules of this game to me.
It's simple. On this board, you play with fate. Choose a ball and give it to Bolts, my rat. If she rolls your ball into the pocket marked in red within 3 minutes, you win. If she doesn't, you lose. Simple.
I will give it a try.
The man readies his flute, and the rat dives under the board. You hear clawed feet scrabbling against the crate, and a few moments later, a green ball pops out of the center. The rat almost manages to get the ball into the hole, but sharply changes direction right at the last moment. Then it happens again and again. At last, the ball hits a dead end, signifying your defeat. Another round, your lordship? The man bows his head with a slight smile. You know, I've heard wise visitors from higher ups say that this little game offers more than just amusement. They say it's an opportunity to test different strategies, to learn more about others and yourself.
We play again.
The game goes even better for you this time, but in the end, the insufferable rat gets the ball stuck again. That was close, your lordship. Would you like to play again, or was that enough? Something in the flute player's smile makes you suspect that this game cannot be won, and the game master does not seem to be trying to hide it.
Maybe I should cheat to see what happens. This should be amusing.
The man readies his flute, and the rat dives under the board. You hear a clawed feet scrabbling against the crate, and a few moments later, a green ball pops out of the center. You have already seen through the flute player's performance. You listen to him play and watch the rat closely. Then, at a certain point, you start tapping your fingers on the edge of the crate, adding your own rhythm to the tune. The rat scrambles in confusion, mistaking your commands for those of its master, and starts rolling the ball toward the goal. When the ball drops into the red hole, a few impressed whistles come from the crowd, and the flute player laughs heartily. Cleverly done, your lordship. Well, I had no doubt that you would be a worthy opponent. And your strategy, I think I'll keep it in mind for my future games.
Shall I play another round?
I'm sorry, your lordship. I don't have anything left to play for. He smiles sheepishly as he turns out his torn pockets. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. I certainly won't forget my fateful meeting with the Lord Captain.
Play one of the local favorites for me.
No. The flute player smiles mysteriously and brings the flute to his lips. A simple, brisk melody pours out of the instrument. The glum faces of workers and traders soften a little, and the tunnels around you seem less squalid than before. Long after the music has stopped, many continue to whistle the unassuming ditty.
Flute tells no words to sing, but I'm curious to know what story your melody tells.
The flute player awkwardly adjusts the goggles on his forehead. The story of a simple man from the lower decks, honest with himself and others. He risks his life to protect the oppressed from those corrupted by power. He takes from the rich and gives to the needy. He helps without asking anything in return. Uh, Nemesite, Nemesite, hero of tales, admired by children and grown folk alike.
Coercion is my character's specialty, but I don't necessarily feel like saying that in this regard.
Yep,
I might do persuasion, though.
yep.
A fairy tale indeed, risking oneself for nothing. If such a man existed, he would surely be profiting from your misfortunes in secret. Which are you saying I do, Pixie?
The people look at each other in shock upon hearing this unpalatable fact of life. Their joy evaporates, leaving only the bitterness of disappointment. The flute player smiles regretfully. I think the song just died, but I won't despair. Life always suggests new melodies that people will like.
Is there anything down here for us to check before we continue? A little bit. Yeah, there's Monteg. Goods.
Always striving for greatness.
The Infernus Master salutes you cheerfully with his glow stick. Lord Captain, what an unexpected encounter. What brings you to this compartment? The famous cuisine and the magnificent vistas, no doubt?
Seek the blood-spun webs. Temple, do you know where they are hiding?
I don't have the foggiest idea, and that's probably for the best. I have my hands full as it is.
And what are you doing here?
I'm here to patch up Savage Locomotive number 3 under the Tech Priest's supervision. That old grump is my personal favorite on the entire freight line. Every couple of years, Savage gets mad. His boiler catches fire and starts spitting steam at the repairman. Guess who they call to take care of him in these situations? The Inferni, of course. And after I've done all the most dangerous work, that's when the Iron Brains come in. But that's all right. I love Savage. When he's in a good mood, the feeling you get standing at his levers and speeding down the freight line is indescribable. I envy those Tech Priest drivers who get to operate him every day. The roar of the boiler, the wheels thumping like mad, and all the furious power pulsing in your hands, responding to the slightest movement. How about, there's a mischievous spark in Heinrich's eyes, I introduce you.
I cannot turn down an offer like that.
The panel before you is covered with technical runes, lumens, and levers. The platform shakes with the boiler's mighty vibrations. As the iron beast beneath you, your feet growls and snorts ferociously. Heinrich squints contentedly and whispers the litany of ignition before turning to you. The machine is angry and refuses to obey. Right now, Savage is powered only by the auxiliary maneuvering engine. We will need to start the main rotor if we want to take a trip down the freight line.
Listen to the rumbling noise coming from the boiler.
The stubborn machine does indeed seem remarkably similar to a wild beast. The roar of the mechanism resembles hoarse growling, and the scarlet glow of the lumens on the control panel makes you think of the malicious glare of a predator. The spirit of this machine is vicious, but strong and lively.
What should I do?
Put your hand on the big lever and give it a pull, very gently. Heinrich's face is focused, but his voice was not lost any of its playful cheer. Savage does not like being hassled. A few erratic jolts shake the platform. An indignant groan emanates from the depths of the machine. An intense shudder passes through the lever and into the palm of your hand. There's a strange feeling of emptiness in your stomach. Savage's fury heart is stirring. Do you feel it? There's so much energy and defiance in him. This is a rocket, not a locomotive. Unruly and enamored with speed, but quite willing to submit to a strong hand. There's almost a loving tenderness in Heinrich's voice. Pull the lever toward you, smoothly but firmly. Then pump the fuel with this command rune.
Pull the lever and pump the fuel.
A new explosion inside. Savage shakes his iron body, closing your eyes to see double from the vibration. Now you're feeling his real power. He can run down the entire freight line in a minute, given the chance, and kill everyone who rides him at that speed. Now, try applying some thrust to the main rotor. Grab those paired levers and give them a firm tug.
Reach for the ornately carved levers and awaken the beast.
A torrent of steam bursts from the slit in front of your face, but Heinrich deftly covers you with his shoulder. A moment later, you realize that you cannot hear a thing, or rather, you hear only one thing: the roar of the engine, triumphant and powerful. Looks like Savage has agreed not to kill us both. His tech priest guardians will be pleased. All hail the Lord Captain. You have subdued a mighty beast today. Now, I'm sure you have urgent business to attend to, and it's time for me to drive Savage down the line and see if he is feeling cranky.
It's most intriguing, Heinrich. I am pleased.
Heinrich lowers his eyes and grins. Could I have wished for anything more, your lordship?
Change of plans. Full speed ahead. We're heading down the freight line.
Not quite, your lordship. I said Savage is dangerous, but not dangerous ends right here. He might just pull a stunt and bake us to death during the ride, and it would be better if the ship did not lose another Lord Captain.
Have a good trip.
Everything is going to be alright. Savage would never fry me. Right, Savage?
Onward to victory.
I did it?
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Let's seize the moment.
The battered worker throws himself at your feet and touches the toe of your boot with his dirty palms. Your gracious lordship, the hand of God Emperor, save your unworthy servant. Get lost. The enforcer's heavy baton pummels the man's back and shoulders several times. His bones crack audibly. My sincerest apologies, Lord Captain. Your boot. I'll clean it right away. A murmur of discontent breaks out among the gawkers who have gathered around. None of their other workers dare come closer, but the anger on their faces is plain to see.
I intend to hear this man out.
Your lordship, I work hard, never even take breaks to rest, and all I earn is 7 ration cards with 15 mouths to feed back home. The enforcers shake me down every shift, just like they do every other honest hard worker who... Enough whining. You and your pals lifted a box of Nutribars a few watches ago, and 2 canisters of water before that. I didn't beat the life out of you because I took pity on you, and this is the thanks I get? You quarantined the hub for 20 watches and refused to give out rations if we didn't have cards. Cards we had no way to earn. And today you earn 15 cards in a single shift because you do the work of 3 people, right? Or did you take your pals to a dark corner somewhere, do them in, and take their share? I didn't do them in. It was the worker stopped himself and cowers and whimpers. They got their heads bashed in by crates. The dead don't need rations.
You need to understand that enforcers are appropriating earnings from workers after their shifts.
We appropriate nothing. We just monitor and redistribute, the officer mutters gloomily. The rabble are a lying and thieving lot. We have instructions to stay alert for people holding more than the standard amount of ration cards, to prevent supply embezzlement and famine. They do take our cards, your lordship, and then grow fat using them for themselves. The worker's eyes squeeze shut tightly as he whispers his accusations. He seems unable to believe his stroke of luck.
I decide what fits my arbitrator the best. This one seems not at all in character for me. Number
Correct.
5. But
Sound like something a noble would say.
yep. Feeling either number 1 or number 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go with 4 because, like, looking at the address the worker one, of course, mentioning crime, and it's like, well, I am an arbitrator. I should play the
Yep.
part. But then also, they
Yep.
both have been thieves. So,
The worker snarls at the enforcer, who's suddenly gone pale. Didn't expect that now, did you? Once my back stops hurting, we'll see how brave you are without your baton. Low, insistent dissent begins to rise in the crowd, only to die back down as soon as the enforcers brandish their batons. The murmurs immediately turn into pleas for mercy. A sullen, red-bearded man with keen black eyes draws your attention. His oddly piercing gaze seems to size you up the whole time you are speaking, but now he has hastened to conceal himself behind the gawkers. The next thing you know, you're watching him hurry deeper into the tunnels. The discharged enforcer, surrounded by spiteful leers, glowers at the crowd as the beaten worker laughs uproariously, seemingly far more pleased with the other's misfortune than troubled by his own sentence. Yep. Well, it's a matter of opinion, but I think the one guy's not bothered by his own punishment because he was indeed telling the truth of the stealing that the enforcer was doing.
Yep.
So, yep. Careful, you're leaving allies behind.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Come on over, Cassia.
Marching ahead.
I'm confused. Did he not successfully do it?
Despite your efforts,
Yep. Try again, and quick save for a reason. Even though this takes a long time to quick load. Not very quick.
Let's see this through.
Lesson learned.
Okay. Well, maybe it's gonna always be the same. Maybe it's XCOM rules. Or it's actually a predefined chance. Unless if you actually have 100. I'll try once more, and if it fails again, I'll just move on. Or load back and then come back later when we have a chance to level up our athletics further.
An expected result.
Yep. Okay. Loading back, gonna maybe return to it.
Venture forth.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Perfect.
Over there.
Watch out.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
The day the Lord Captain wandered into our slum will be remembered in legends. The broad The locals and the enforcers call me the foreman. I have no other name. You might say I'm in charge here, in this hole of a place. You recognize the shaggy red beard and the keen black eyes. This is the man who was watching you during your encounter with the enforcer and the station worker.
I saw you near the marketplace. What were you doing there?
Watching one of my workers take a beating, I feel sorry for the lad, but there was nothing I could do. The foreman smiles wryly, showing his yellowed teeth. Almost all of the front ones have been knocked out. I've stuck my neck out in the past, not doing it again.
Tell me what life is like for the workers on the lower decks.
They toil day in and day out for the glory of the ship. The rest of the time, they do their best to survive, faced with hunger and more deranged of the enforcers. Void, leprosy, fires, floods, noxious fumes. The foreman lists these on his fingers, although he has fewer than the nature's average to work with. In a word, it's a decent enough life. If you work, you survive. If you freeload, you also survive. If you're clever. Well, and if the God Emperor wills it.
Cooking in the vat.
Believe it or not, the soup made from mold slime and technical drain water has been simmering here in this vat for at least 200 years non-stop. See the growth on the walls over there? We harvest it, dry it, and use it to season the soup. If we're lucky, the smell attracts the void rats, and someone gets to have meat in their bowl. The foreman points a finger proudly toward the vat. It's for those who can't earn a ration card. I feed them in exchange for services or favors. Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. My people keep an eye out for workers trying to eat 2 bowls in one sitting. One is enough to fill your stomach for an entire watch. Some complain about the taste, of course. Ingrates.
Give the foreman a pile of ration cards. Hand these out to the people. You'll know who needs them most.
He opens and closes his mouth in astonishment. Lord Captain, you've just helped some good families survive. I'll divide the cards among them, and be sure to tell them that it is your lordship who did them this good turn.
Give me some of that soup. Let my servants see that any food is a great blessing.
I don't think that's a good idea. Mold slime is something of an acquired taste. Takes 2 years, maybe 3 for your stomach to get used to it. Lord Captain, you must be joking, surely. Sorry, I'll let you read him for him next time.
I'll follow your advice and not take the risk.
The foreman breathes a sigh of relief. The last thing we need is to poison the Lord Captain. Emperor forbid.
Seek the Bloodspun Web's temple. Do you know where it is?
The cultists don't let people like me in on their rights and mysteries. I'm grateful to them for the service to the God Emperor, but, to be honest, I can't get behind their love of death. I'm much too fond of living. Lord Captain, I beg another second of your attention. Please accept this humble gift from us, the common people of the Bay, for all the good you do us. The most precious thing we could get for your lordship.
What curiosity unveils itself before me?
We should deal with this.
My actions speak louder than words.
Gonna get run over by a train.
The specimens before you must be the most repellent inhabitants in the compartment. They are covered in sores and bald patches, glistening with pus, and the stench of unwashed bodies brings a tear to your eye. One of them glowers at you and grunts, "What you want?"
What crimes did you kill this man?
Grinning, the leader spits out, "For the crime of wealth. That dead bastard had rations and fuel cells. We'll trade them for porridge."
What are you, mutants, invalids?
Mold eaters, outcasts, folk who have no place even among the lowest of the low. Some were born that way, some were driven out to keep them from spreading the contagion. The foreman won't let us near the vat. The enforcers try to shoot us on sight, as if it's our fault that we were born in a terrible place. We are worms in the rotten belly of this ship, fodder for disease. The outcast licks his lips, and you see a tongue studded with small, underdeveloped teeth. This is no disease, but an obvious mutation. The longer you stare at the man, the more deviations from human form you detect. Wretches such as this, disfigured by genetic abnormalities and disease, are the perfect breeding ground for true corruption.
Sentenced to death for committing murder on my ship.
The mutant bears the black stumps that are his teeth. We'll get you and trade what you have on you for a piles grand. Hey, outcast, come on up if you want a share in the spoils.
Challenging me was a mistake.
Let the blood flow!
He's French in position already. Not gonna allow. Can't let this stand. If you need to do a burst, make sure to trigger the friendly fire protection.
This is why I was chosen. I am your doom. Let your soul be purged. My blade whispers your killing. Brings me no pleasure.
Indeed. I will do my duty. Victory is imminent. Ah, an exemplary strike. It will be done.
As said, so done. Done and done. Easy. Let's set this in motion.
That is foolishness. Be careful not to cross my gaze. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Poised for action.
Just not enough range.
I know what to do.
Chaos guides me.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Pain cleanses the body. Strike is a prayer.
Death is a blessing.
We're fighting call them outcasts, but they are, at least judging by the dialogue, they're saying they're chaos worshippers that kicked someone into this turbine, so I'm not letting them get away with it.
Rookies! Ah! At your beck and call. For von Francis! It will be done. Reduced to dust.
They won't expect this. I said, so done. Easy. That is how it's done.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Death to the weak! Momentum.
Thank you for the head pads, Bolty. Hope you're doing well. Have a good night. I was gonna say, I question how, or like, how often does Argenta refresh the candles on her shoulder things? I guess whenever they burn out.
Yeah.
Just a minor setback.
Another scar to my collection.
This is the first time.
At your beck and call. Victory is imminent.
As said, so done. I shall endure my wrath.
Yeah, they're pretty cool so far.
Let's see this through. Always striving for greatness. Let's seize the moment.
Lord Captain spent too much time in the pestilence pit of the void by the void ship's freight line, and now his skin is covered in inflamed blisters. There must be someone on board who knows how to purge the rogue trader's body of this affliction.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Keep your senses keen. Now that was easy. Perfect. My actions speak louder than words. Venture forward.
A figure in decaying tatters is rocking to and fro, muttering indistinctly in several different voices, occasionally breaking into hoarse laughter. As you come closer, she freezes and turns slowly to look at you. An ugly, rusted mask covers her face. Are you here to take the Denna to the other side? No. No, no, no. You're just wandering around in the dark, looking for the light. but it's nowhere to be found. Do you really not see it?
Who are you?
Old Zadena. Zadena the outcast. Zadena the mad. Zadena the disaster. The curse. The spurned. The woman hugs her arms to her chest and starts cackling loudly. Broken chains clink at her emaciated wrists and neck. A ghost of the past, a shadow of the present. Only the Undying One knows. He alone.
What is this repulsive place? Do you live here?
The woman scratches her neck nervously. You note her deformed fingers, ravaged by unknown disease. Here, where the bodies, unfortunate, meet their undeath. Here, a dumping ground for the bodies of those the Undying One rejects. Here, where pestilence dwells. Zadena welcomes them all. Talks to their ghosts. Here, where Zadena lives. Yes, that sounds right.
You talk to ghosts?
You can't hear them? Zadena points somewhere off to the side, laughs, then stops herself sharply. They don't like it when people come here. Lord Captain, this woman is clearly ill in both spirit and body. Best to leave her be.
Her colors are all mixed, smudged, poisoned to reveal a pure shade of madness. Yet scarlet threads separate them, these trembling patches, preventing her from losing herself. Why are you wearing chains and a mask? You haven't escaped from the enforcers, have you?
Ah, these. Gifts they are. The chains clink to announce Zadena's approach, for others to hear. She slides her disease-darkened palm down the rough, rusted metal of her mask. They hide, fearful of becoming like Zadena, afraid of losing face. Ha ha ha. The woman turns away and starts talking to someone only her eyes can see.
Marching ahead. Stay sharp.
The Vizier. Would he be proud? Am I?
Onward to victory.
So that's a shortcut back up. feel like I need to just turn... It lets me turn that ability to toggle. Oh, they actually have different main menu themes. So there's Original, Void Shadows, and Lex Imperialis. Technically, we're doing the Void Shadows content, so I could switch it to that.
Yep.
Pause. Auto and turn. Not sure if there's a toggle. Highlight objects. It's tab. I don't think. Does not seem like there's a way to toggle the highlights, unfortunately. Oh well.
Let's see this through.
Would be nice. And having to hold it while wandering.
There's a death cultist here, but looks like I can't speak to them. Never mind. Sorry.
Let's seize the moment.
That was barely a challenge.
Always striving for greatness.
Group of beggars are rattling their alms mugs and ostentatiously displaying their hunger-sunken bellies and their various disfigurements. The toothless man falls to his knees before you. Your lordship, spare a throne for those who can't even get the worst jobs.
Let your bellies be full tonight.
Praise be the Lord Captain. The poor descend on the alms like a pack of gutter rats, each one scurrying off to their own corner with what they grabbed. This is an honor for us, Lord Captain.
Stay sharp. Forge ahead. Never linger.
Let's see. Round.
Several people are eagerly rummaging through a rack filled with weapons from the Enforcer's arsenal. Big man with a pockmarked face is the first to react to your presence. He attracts the others' attentions with a piercing whistle and a bark out. Who are you? There's not supposed to be anyone here. It doesn't matter. Identify yourself.
Take a closer look at the suspicious individuals.
Makeshift armor peeks out from beneath their ragged clothes, and their battered weapons display a patchwork of crude repairs. The group stares longingly at the rack where the good plasteel gleams, relentlessly clutching their humble weapons. You notice that the finger on every person's right hand has been cut off. It is hardly a coincidence.
Abelard, help these wretches realize their full extent of their unenviable position. Before you stands Lord Captain Ryder von Valancius, master of this vessel, and everything on it, including those goods you are pawing at with your unwashed hands, and your miserable lives as well.
The people turn to stare at you in disbelief and exchange heated whispers. The excitement is interrupted by the leader's roar. What are you gawping at? Hurry up and bend your backs, as is right and proper. Your lordship, you must excuse these blockheads. I was taken aback myself. It's not every day you see the rogue trader in the flesh. And as for this, the man cast a grim glance at the rack, I won't insult you by denying it. You caught us red-handed.
Who are you?
The Hard Nines, a gang. A brotherhood from the Transport Bay 9. Don't think us parasites. We do our bit for the prosperity of the ship. We assistance to the enforcers, self-appointed. We make sure the order is maintained in compartments where the enforcers are too lazy or greedy for bribes. We put a stop to robbery and free thinking, and well, we accept a small contribution as a show of thanks.
Why do you want my weapons? Are you going to rebel?
To do business, the gang leader smiles ingratiatingly. We're no rebels. If anyone blasphemes against your lordship, we call the troublemakers to order. We shed blood for the flagship without fear. I suppose that makes us defenders of the ship? The thug raises his eyebrows questioningly and looks at you expectantly.
You obviously did not expect anyone to be here. Are the enforcers providing cover for you?
I wish Frenzo, the newly appointed captain, had our informant strung up. He's tightening the screws, damn it. He can barely breathe. Today's the last time we'll come to pick over this compartment.
You all have your little fingers cut off. What does it mean?
It's our gang's initiation rite, a fine tradition. By voluntarily removing a finger, the newcomer shows their determination and willingness to join us forever. It's a badge of honor. He proudly shows off the stump of his little finger.
Tell me why I shouldn't execute you on the spot.
You could execute us, but who would take our place? Shameless scum who rob and kill to their heart's content? Bastards who accept mutants into their gangs and pray to the archenemy? There have always been outlaws on this ship. You're better off with outlaws like us, who don't go too far and keep the heretics down.
Suppose you may be of some use. I shall permit you to take a few of the more basic weapons and leave. Serve the ship well. One day I will realize the depths and wisdom of your decisions, Lord Captain, but in the meantime I will pray that this act does not come back to haunt you.
Hear that, boys? The Lord Captain himself is expecting good things from us. We can't let him down. His cronies make sounds of approval. We will fulfill your command to the letter.
Well, it might come back, and then we'll deal with it. More powerful than before.
Now that was easy.
I'll try again on the athletics now that it's been a bit. What does it say for you? Do you have anyone that's higher than 80% athletics?
It says 80% for me.
Okay.
Can I? 70% there. 80% there. 65. So mine
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
is at the best with 80%.
I think it chooses
Maybe it's my
whoever's the
turn.
highest.
Maybe it's my turn to try.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I think you're right. That's why it showed 80% on the first look. And I saw lower numbers with some of my other companions.
Another notch.
I succeeded? Question mark.
Let's seize the moment.
Your seneschal is always
It
there.
doesn't seem like it.
Athletics test succeeded. Gained 7 experience.
Okay. The box didn't move or anything, and we can't get around it.
Yep. Alright. What am I seeing here? Yeah. Athletics test succeeded. Gained 7 experience. During each shift. No. That's unrelated. I don't know what to tell you.
And if I load one more time,
Sure.
Let's see this through.
okay, try it.
Okay.
Applaud my brilliance.
Succeeded. But it didn't move.
Yep.
Okay. I don't know why it doesn't move.
You're welcome to keep trying. And I will stop trying.
And then the message doesn't linger and it overlaps with other dialogue, and it's just...
Lesson learned.
failed. Okay, you can do it again. If it succeeds, then we'll just move on. Because it's not moving. Unless if I need to take control of your characters briefly.
Yeah, go for it. Maybe leave me one, or it may not matter. But take mine and hope for the best.
An expected result.
Succeeded. Gain 7 experience.
And the dialogue doesn't linger long enough for me to read it. Whatever. At least it didn't cause the fatigued debuff. I'm just confused because there's definitely stuff behind it. There's some other path we take to get there. There's a door. I don't even know where the blood marks were last. Yeah, they're pointing this way.
Venture
It's
forth.
here. Dead man.
A sinewy, middle-aged man watches the bustle of the bay with a detached expression. Every so often, whenever his eyes linger on the blood mark inscribed nearby, his face changes strangely, and his hands clench into fists. Just as you begin to hear the rumble of an approaching train, the man's gaze turns toward the tracks. He leans forward.
What do you think you're doing?
What? I didn't. The man starts and almost falls, but manages to keep his balance. In the dim lumen light, you notice old scars scattered all across his body. The scars seem vaguely familiar.
Scars.
The scars all vary in length, width, depth, and shape. However, you notice a pattern in the way the scars are aligned, as well as the series of faded symbols on the man's rough skin. Death cultists bear similar marks on their bodies.
Your eyes
But
always
spinners are
return to...
But spinners are constantly renewing their wounds, while this man looks long since healed.
Your eyes always return to that blood symbol. What do you know about it?
It's a symbol of the blood-spun web. I come here every watch, but it hasn't been here before now. I guess today must be a special day. He smiles strangely. The man's faded eyes go wide as he notices Cabela. His voice quivers. Have you come to take me to the other side? Cabela's briefly studies the man's face, then turns away. I do not know you. Death's gaze is not upon you. man lets out a dull groan and turns to look at the symbol again. But then why? Why is it here?
Who are you?
A dead man. I lost my name years ago. I've been just another dead man ever since.
You dare insult the rogue trader with your impudence? Your body may already be covered in scars, but your tongue seems to be asking for more. You look like you're about to take your own life. Are you having a rotten day?
My whole life has been rotten, and I only have myself to blame. I tried to change things, fix things, but I always ended up here, so eventually I accepted the truth.
You know the symbols of the blood-spun web. You bear similar scars. Are you a spinner?
I was, but I failed to complete my final assignment, so I was exiled from the cult. The Vizier told me to kill the one who would be at a certain junction of the utility tunnels at a certain hour. I went to the appointed spot. Then I waited. An hour, 2, 5. The junction was still empty. Nobody came. After hours of waiting, I finally realized the person at the junction had been me the whole time. It was my turn to go to the Undying One, but I was afraid. I couldn't do my duty. I ran.
The spinners simply let you go? They made no attempt to find you and kill you?
There was no pursuit. I thought I would see their black blades the very next day. Instead, years passed without them taking my heart. I tried starting a new life, but the terror never stopped eating away at me. When I got truly desperate, I went to the Temple of Death myself, but no one there would speak to me. When I gave them my name, they just whispered Sabreed had gone to the Undying One. They looked through me like I wasn't even there. I lived like this for 20 years, like a coward, like a dead man.
You were ordered to die? For what reason?
The man looks at you. But some would choose to leave the righteous path. These earn penance in due time. Her whip sings vengeance to renegade menace. Her blades pass sentence. Where cowards seek to hide their hearts, but death makes no pretendence.
Pretendance.
Pretendence. It takes what it is due in essence. He stops and then adds hoarsely. The third verse of the Song of Trailing Blood. The Vizier recited it to me before sending me on my final assignment. I didn't realize at the time that it was my judgment. There are plenty of reasons. I sowed death. I offered him the souls of the most pleasing men and women I could find because it kindled my passions. I killed off crewmen who didn't deserve their wealth, and I took their thrones. I killed enforcers who looked into my eyes without fear, because I wanted to be feared. I reveled in bloodshed. I betrayed the tenants. I realized it, and I couldn't help it, because I enjoyed it.
Did not sound particularly remorseful.
I've spent years in remorse. I'm tired of it.
Have you killed any more innocent souls since you ran?
No, I've been afraid to touch my own knife since that day. Thought it might stab me on its own, but the temptation is always there.
Sounds like he was sentenced to it because they're not supposed to take pleasure in what they were doing.
Yep.
They're technically meant to feel nothing as they simply do it because it's their
Creed.
creed.
Teachings. Yep. Your choice.
I'm an arbitrator. Seems accurate.
The man does nothing to stop you. He even leans closer to the rails, accepting his face with a smile. His fate with a smile on his face. The undying one is
Death.
Cabela stares at the remains of he who was once her brother in service. Truly, it is better to die for him than to live for yourself. This he forgot.
Onward to victory.
I'm confused because it's pointing me just to here. I'm not seeing where the marks are leading to after this point. Followed them, and now I have no clue where to go.
Forge ahead, never linger.
Well, maybe you can take Cabela and see if you can talk to her. I don't know if that's a thing in this game.
Talk to anyone else in the party.
Okay. Gotcha.
There's another symbol.
I see a symbol down here.
So loot's in this area. There's some gloves called Relished Anguish that we have in our inventory. At the end of the wearer's turn, they gain temporary wounds equal to the amount of collision damage inflicted by the wearer this turn. I'm not sure what collision damage means.
My best guess is like when you shotgun someone and the person goes flying and then takes a bit more damage. That I think is collision damage.
So pushing and stuff.
Yep.
Okay. Also got Martyr's Bone Cult Charm, which is something for Cabela to wear.
Yep. The hidden auto stimulant looks interesting, which you got as thanks from the foreman. Yourself or I could probably wield it.
You need to be iconoclast.
Yep, I'm aware. What
I can drop
gear?
my Theodore's Rosary and equip that on someone else.
Yep. Indeed.
We also got Carapace chest plates. No dodge penalty, and they are an upgrade. Light armor. For some, actually. Maybe not everyone. Yeah, never mind. Want me to go ahead and just add some of this other stuff to cargo?
Probably for the best. I can't see anyone that seems to need it. The auto gun keeps safe. I don't know who will use it, but for now, keep it safe.
I recommend anyone that can use Medicaid put another stack into their inventory. Like a second one for you and a second one for Cabela for now. Crimson Intoxicants also might be good for both Cabela and I like my current gloves. Maybe she gets a persuasion buff. Do you have anyone? Everyone at the moment can wear those gloves, or already has gloves. But I'll still mark them. Actually, I will switch to Blast Wave.
Stay sharp.
You're just wandering around in the dark looking for the light, but it's nowhere to be found. Do you really not see it? Zadena bursts into hysterical laughter. Oh yes, the song. Here, listen, listen. The woman starts chanting hurriedly. She wandered an eternity in dark, yet was consoled, web foretold. Undying one's blood secrets glowed, a light to guide her faithful fold. But threads must end, and so the spider did that which was owed, her life and death to ship bestowed. He laughs again, and you'll see if you learn to see. Look into the darkness, look, look.
Peer into the darkness. I cannot fathom what I am meant to see here.
You peer into the darkness and are gradually able to make out the outlines of objects hidden in the shadows. Rotting corpses, rough walls, the twitching death throes of infected people left here to die. You see no light in this place, only more darkness and despair. You don't see, do you? You don't see. Zadena shakes her head frantically and starts tearing off her rags. Strips of her decaying flesh peel off among them. You will not see until you become like Zadena, the flesh and blood of this ship.
How do I become the flagship's blood?
Oh, Zadena will show you, and you'll see the true light. Come now.
Venture forth.
Okay, yes, down we go.
The rotating blades promise nothing but a senseless and brutal death. Slipping past them would require some unreasonably precise calculations, or blind luck. While listening to the air currents for a moment, you think you hear Zadena's whispered prayer rising from the depths of the shaft.
Athletics 100. One, or jump. Here to be alone.
Yep.
Onward to victory. Perfect. Forge ahead. Never linger.
go back up, and there was a ladder that I couldn't interact with, but okay. A chest up there, but there was no way to get to it. Maybe it... Okay, the ladder's automatic. Great.
Let's see this through.
Love that. I'll just load at that point then, because it's a one-way.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be nice if it highlighted ladders. It doesn't.
Marching ahead. Always striving for greatness. Venture forth. Keep your guard up.
Did you get the box under the ramp?
Yes.
I harbored higher expectations. Stay sharp.
Well done.
Spinner's Blade, Bloody Pact, a new knife with a special ability called Crimson Rage. Reason the rest of the party's hanging out.
Onward to victory.
Oh, hi.
We've been waiting for you in the test chamber.
Yeah.
So got... Whenever the wearer makes a melee attack, they regain 1 wound. Seems fitting for Bella.
Yep.
Now that was easy.
A frail old man, gray beard tinged with blood, folds his wrinkled hands in a ritual gesture. His body is covered in scars, some old, some fresh. His eyes are soon tightly shut. His mouth is cleft at both corners, making his jaw seem eerily snake-like. And the Lord of the Ark walked the paths of unlife, in the footsteps of the web's very first spinner. The servants of death bowed before him, for the Domin is the giver of life. The old man goes still, his head turned to the side. He nods toward the temple's muffled silence. Yes. Yes. Truth, like a stream, pours from your lips. We welcome him as the tenants demands.
Hues are
Your
almost
hues
as
are-
almost as pale as the gray of your beard, but what is this? Cassia flinches and takes a shuddering breath. The scarlet whirlwind shines through the faded colors.
A thin blade appears in the old man's trembling hands. Although his arms are stiff and look like they can barely bend, in the next instant the dynasty symbols is etched on his forehead, dripping blood. The brief motion, he flicks the blood off his blade, and several drops lands on your face. The blood-spun web welcomes its new lord. I am the Vizier. For many years we have waited, and now you are here. We have waited, whispered echoes his words from the shadows.
Why is it you invited me here?
Death whispered your name and commanded us to honor you with a sacred ritual. But only inside the temple can the spinners perform it. The Vizier is suddenly distracted by someone invisible and nods toward empty space. Yes, we are glad he has reached this place. We are glad to serve.
What do you mean you have waited for many years? It was not so long ago that I made my acquaintance with the cult.
As I delve into divinations from the flesh and blood of the departed ones, I turn to a relic most ancient and priceless. It is his tarot, inherited by the cult from the matriarch Spider, who spun the first thread. One of the readings I did back when I still had the strength to leave the temple and usher souls on their final journey. That was when, in the intricate tangle of destiny, I glimpsed our meeting. But when we would meet, alas, was not revealed to me. So we waited, year after year, and now the hour has come.
Vizier, is that some sort of title?
It is the name we give to the first spinner, the one who has learnt the wisdom of the tenets of the web, in order to lead the others. I may have a duty to instruct and spin bloody threads, but in all other ways, I am as much his servant in yours as anyone else in this temple.
So I just walked my companions here in the normal way. So you just walked my companions in here the normal way while I was forced to take that jump.
The spinners guided them along a different trail. You had to take the step, for only you meant to become the flagship's blood, Domin. There are no reason to test the faith of those who follow you, for this burden was for the Lord to bear.
How did you manage to erect an entire temple in the middle of the ship without anyone noticing?
The followers of the cult once inhabited the tunnels between the bay's bulkheads, until the threads of fate were tangled and the domain of ages past gave us this compartment. We set ourselves to building spacious halls where the shadows, the images of him, and the spinners themselves would whisper of death, and thus the temple you see began to change with the succession of viziers and the cult's generations. We are building it still, slowly but surely.
I expected greater respect from one who so eagerly anticipated a meeting with the rogue traitor.
Struggling to suppress the tremors in his body, the vizier bows as low as his hunchback allows. Forgive us our poor manners. Our intention was not to insult you. You are the first visitor from the upper decks we have had in a great many years, and the customs of longtime servants of death are somewhat different, but rest assured there is no disrespect in them.
I've walked the path of the matriarch spider. What now?
The song of trailing blood tells of a path fraught with trials. By accepting it and setting out on that path, you pass the first one, the trial resolve. For not everyone is prepared to shun their fear and doubt and embark on a search for the unknown. A search for death. The trial of compassion was the second one. You passed it when you put yourself, albeit briefly, in the service of another soul, a man suffering from burns. For the choice between life and death is to be made only by those willing to take responsibility for the pain of another. The third was a trial of justice. In assuming the role of judge for an apostate of our faith, you declared your right to influence the balance of life and death that the errant soul had upset. And the fourth was the trial of duty, for duty always leads to death. We are prepared to render our duty to the Undying One, fearless in accepting of our purpose, which is to serve him. You, too, have proven yourselves prepared, and the four trials have brought you here.
Are the trials truly necessary?
The Vizier bows his head guiltily. Such are the tenets of the web. They are all we have ever known, and the only life we have lived to learn to live. The path you walked was a gift from the Undying One, so we decided that was how we were to honor you. The Vizier's shut eyes seem to peer into your face, studying it, then turns away and speaks into empty space again. Peace, my brother. The time has almost come.
Who's it you talk to all the time?
The Vizier turns his head as if looking around the temple. I see echoes of those who came before us, and those who were with us, but have since crossed over to the other side. My brothers and sisters raised by the cult. I hear them from beyond their deaths. They share their wisdom. I heed them. And other spinners, they hear not, for the burden is mine to bear.
I see your eyes are sewn shut. Are you blind, or is that another of the cult's rituals?
I was sighted for much of my life, until a disciple of mine violated the tenets, and I realized just how blind I had been. A lesson, but a bitter one. To look with one's eyes alone is to be easily fooled, but the heart cannot be lied to. Such is the truth, and such was my choice. I sealed my eyelids with the gas of true sight. Now I see more, and better.
So this entire conversation is another test, I imagine?
A smile graces the Vizier's bluish lips. The tenets command us to be prepared for all trials, corporeal and spiritual alike. Are you prepared, Domin Rider? His mouth closes, but you can still hear his whisper. A prickling sensation in your face is making you increasingly anxious. You raise a hand to your cheek, only to realize you can't feel it. You look at your palm and see a few smudged drops of blood from the Vizier's blade. A strange serene calm envelops your body. Your fatigue subsides, and you seem to float in the air, seeing things you had not noticed before. The shadows in the corners taking on shape and color. The subdued lumen light playing on the cultist bone masks. Are they really masks? Their tall, lean, empty eyed wearers might as well be dead people. A chill runs down your spine.
What is the meaning of this?
Your heart is beating slowly. Your breathing has become deeper, and your thoughts are muddled. You seem to be under the influence of a potent stimulant.
Around the temple?
One moment, the walls of Death's sanctum grow infinitely wide. The next, they are so narrow as to make it hard to breathe. The floor dances under your feet, and the undying Emperor's statue seems to shake its head threateningly as it looks down upon you.
You poisoned me somehow, did you not?
The Vizier nods meekly. My blood is infused with the concoction taken by those who follow the thread. It is sacred and harmless to us, but you, it befogs and afflicts. And yet, Domin Rider, you have grasped that the mind may fail the body and the senses. This was the ritual of spiritual acumen. You have passed it.
A trial.
That is for you to tell me. You look at the Vizier, and his trembling frame seems small and insignificant. A single step is all it would take to crush him, but the visions are starting to wear off, and now the old man towers over you. The keen gaze of his sealed eyes is studying your every movement, waiting for a response.
First, you're going to give me the antidote.
There is none, but I will ease its effect and quicken dissipation. Three long needles, thick needles, appear in the Vizier's hand. A moment later, they are inside your body. One in your neck, one in your shoulder, one between your ribs. You feel no pain or discomfort. On the contrary, your mind feels clear and your muscles regain their function. The Vizier then carefully removes the needles. Now you will feel better.
Now you're going to initiate me as a servant of death.
A servant of death, hissed the echoing whispers from the temple, and the Vizier bows his head reverently. You have become the blood of the flagship. Now you will become one of his faithful servants. We may not name you a spinner, for the spinner's thread demands the forsaking of one's previous life, but the blood-spun web will still accept you. The tenants allow it, but only for a domain who has followed the trailing blood until the end. Yeah.
They didn't tell me I was supposed to keep my mouth closed.
Upon the ritual platform, the undying Emperor's feet, under the keen gaze of his dark, empty eye sockets, you feel completely insignificant. Surprisingly, the thick blood pouring from his hands onto your brow, chest, and shoulders is still warm. Bowed before his image, the Vizier assumes the ceremonial postures with incredible ease, his withered body moving swiftly and soundlessly. You are slowly plunged into the darkness to the sound of ritual chants and swooshing blades. Amid the noise of splashing blood and the cultist whispers, you hear the words. Death has spoken your name, Domin Rider. Death accepts you. A familiar whisper is scratching at the periphery of your consciousness, or is it an inner voice? Even if he hears you, what does he care? Did he not save Theodora? He will not save you either. You are not his chosen one. But what if you offer a prayer to the gods that are truly immortal, the ones that do not hold back with their gifts, the ones who are always willing to accept you?
For a prayer to the undying Emperor.
Each word consecrated to him echoes in your temples and chest. Your veins become hot, and your blood turns to liquid flame. You have no fear in you. A whisper seems to come from above, from the Emperor's lips of stone. I see you. Could the lingering intoxication still be playing tricks on your mind? A strange rash you have developed in the freight line's pestilence pit grows pale and scabs over. A healing grace descends upon you.
Oh, that's nice.
The Vizier voice grows suddenly thunderous and snaps you out of your reflections. Death has accepted you, Doman Rider. Now, and for all of time, you are the Blood Warden, and the Undying One's most venerable servant.
Blood Warden, very flattering. I'll add it to my other titles.
Now that you are part of the blood-spun web, remember henceforth to beware of vanity, for it leaves gaping rents in the armor of our souls.
Felt as if the God Emperor was watching me.
To many, he comes during their time of service, in images of blood and whispers from the shadows. But remember that those are mere visions. For true death will not come for you until your time, and it will take your soul gently into its bony hands.
So the ritual is complete?
The ritual is complete, but you are not. The Vizier gestures for one of the cultists who is carefully holding a strange garment to come closer.
The time has come, and so have I. Oh, wait.
Ah. For years, we have maintained fealty to the Domini. We have collected sacred symbols and relics. You are the first in 3 generations of lords and ladies to grace the sanctum, and the first of them all to be initiated so. We are grateful. We are uplifted in spirit. Hear our exultation and accept this gift of a vestment sewn from the bones of his faithful with the threads of death. The cultists whisper prayers to the Undying One as they help you change your clothes and regain your faculties.
It says I became a spinner. That's a pretty cool looking armor.
Yep.
Base armor property, 10% dodge if the wearer is not in cover. Also +2 wounds. No dodge penalty, same armor rating as my chainmail.
Yep.
Actually, no. I was gonna visually wear it, but
Yep.
turns me into a Diablo 2 Necromancer, though. So go ahead and equip the ring onto Cabela.
I shall try.
I mean, otherwise I can give it to Abelard. Since he regains a wound with every melee attack, but she just has a lot. You or Cabela make much more use of it.
Yep.
Anyone that
successful.
can maybe give the chainmail to Argenta. It's essentially the same dodge penalty, but for better armor. So let me go ahead and do a hard save and a quick save. And then we can level up.
Yep.
Let's see if I can remind myself. Choose special ability. Firearm Mastery. Until the end of soldier's turn, they gain +4 MP, and their attacks do not spend MP. Until the end of combat, the soldier's rate of fire is increased by 30%. Until the end of combat, the attacks are 20% harder to dodge. And range attacks gain armor pen. Their area attacks deal additional damage equal to the number of attack targets. That's tough. They're all good.
Yep.
Okay, so I eventually get to take 2 from Firearm Mastery. Midway through, and then the final perk of this archetype. I don't know if I'm too worried about the movement point spending, but that is nice. That probably would come in handy eventually, right?
I think so, but I'm very focused on my things, so you'll have
And
to say
then
again.
otherwise, making them harder to dodge and gaining armor pen is good. And then also just stacking damage with area attacks, which probably fits my shotgun blasts as well, but equal to the number of attack targets, so... Although that might also be kind of small, because it's like, okay, you do 3 extra points of damage if you hit 3 enemies.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it says equal of attacked, not equal of hit. So that's still useful, but I feel like the movement one would be nice later on, especially as I get my shields and things. But they also might be good now, but also while having it active, harder to dodge and more armor pen seems really useful. And it will stay useful for a very long time, same with the movement. I feel like those are the 2 I like the most from this. Because then I can move after shooting.
Yep.
Maybe I should get that now, but at the same time, the dodge and armor pen would be nice too. Yeah, just having the ability to not have my attacks use the movement points is good.
Yep.
So I'm going to go with that. For Warrior, similar choices. Daring Breach also grants +10 movement points until the end of the turn. The Warrior does not provoke attacks of opportunity this turn. Till the end of combat, gains +4 MP for each kill and may use their MP after attacking or using abilities. For 1 round, the Warrior becomes the priority target for every enemy hit by their melee attacks. Also, the Warrior gains +20% parry and 2 deflection until the end of combat. That is like the most tanking choice of the 4. This turn, melee attacks deal an additional Warrior strength bonus divided by 2 damage. I feel like since he's a tank warrior, the priority target one makes the most sense.
Yep.
For now. Especially because he has that ability to counter shot parry.
Yep.
And then... Okay, Finest Hour target. Finest Hour gains additional bonuses. During an extra turn, the target deals 3 times the officer's fellowship bonus % damage. Till the end of combat, the target gains the effects of Voice of Command. Target of Finest Hour gains more bonuses. All negative effects are immediately removed. Until the end of officer's next turn, the target cannot die. Its wounds cannot be reduced below 1. Target gains 3 times officer's fellowship bonus of temporary wounds until the end of combat. And then the target of Finest Hour gains more bonuses. Extra turn, all their non-attacking abilities cost -1 AP. All of these are good. And I can only get 2.
Yep.
The negative effect one I feel like is maybe the strongest to get first. So that way it wipes it and prevents their death. Especially if they're getting heavily attacked. So I like that one. The bonus damage is nice, and plus it gives the Voice of Command effect. Temporary wounds maybe is good, but also maybe the least special. It's just more health.
Yep.
And then during the extra turn, all their non-attacking ability. Yeah. I feel like I would probably go the can't die plus the negative effect cleanse. Then I would get the top one to have them do more damage, plus it applies Voice of Command onto them. So I'm going to go with the cannot die one first. So for her, she can actually go Overseer and have the keystone features of one of the pets. But otherwise, you can go Grand Strategist, Master Tactician, or Vanguard, which oddly turns her more into a tank. Yeah, I don't think Vanguard would make the most sense for how I'm building Cassia. Overseer could be fun, but I'm still planning on whenever we get a second arbitrator.
Yep.
So for her, possibly strategist or tactician. Yeah, so Master Tactician's more about like scaling with the party doing well. While Grand Strategist is more buffs and debuffs. And battlefield control, which already feels like that's what she is. So I feel like Grand Strategist makes a lot of sense for Cassia.
Understandable.
So I'll probably be going for that, but it's still a ways away. Whereas I'm probably going Arch-Militant. I don't think Bounty Hunter makes as much sense for me. I probably will go Vanguard with Abelard. For Argenta, we don't have many choices. I still like Arch-Militant over Bounty Hunter for her. Especially with since it has a AoE focus. And that's very much what the Battle Sisters kind of are known for.
Yep.
I mean, even in the Battle Sister you can play as in Inquisitor Martyr, despite her being like a, in part, reskinned Crusader, she still has like a spin to win move that the Crusader doesn't really have. So, very much still tailored around AoE combat, both melee and ranged.
Yep.
And while I was enjoying my Crusader, once they added the Tech Adept, I was primarily playing as him. Praise the Omnissiah and all that.
Yep.
As for... So, like, if we're gonna have someone go Bounty Hunter, I feel like we're gonna have some other characters in the future that will better fit that.
Yep.
It's more of a sniper. For both you and Cabela, she has Assassin and Executioner as an option, while you actually get... Oh, you get Overseer, because you have Sanctioned Psyker.
Yep.
Because otherwise Blade Dancer would not give you access to that.
Yep.
So which one were you thinking of? Executioner, Overseer, or Assassin?
Executioner.
Okay. Well, she would probably go Assassin.
That's what I'm leaning on. Yep.
Although it does seem like that's just as good for her.
Yep.
Although hit and run with Assassin is... Yeah, both are good. Executioner is a little tankier.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a bruiser style, whereas Assassin is definitely more rogue-ish. I think with her already being a Death Cult Assassin, she already kind of has things that allow her to be Executioner-like. Which I can't even preview. Master Tactician. Yeah, and for her specifically, Arch Militant makes very little sense. Since she's almost exclusively melee. Specifically
I've
wanting to stick with
completed
swords.
with my choices. Thank you.
I think we're done.
Let's see this through.
The Vizier's
There's just...
first spinner. Peace, Cabela. You are the shield. You are the shadow. You are the blade, so be them. Many are blind even to their eyes wide open. Thus spoke the matriarch spider. People look at things without seeing their essence, which makes them easy to beguile or frighten. We adorn the tunnels with the bones of the righteous, that they may guard our faithful against corrupt deeds and thoughts. We use the blood of the unholy ones for divination, so we may see dangers. The blood of martyrs is our wine, for their suffering makes us stronger. People are afraid, but only because they see death as the end. Death, however, is a beginning. It is life and duty and oblivion. Death has many facets. That is its essence. That is its beauty. Death has many facets. That is its essence. That is its beauty. Death has many facets. That is its essence. That is its essence. That is its beauty. Death has many facets. That is its essence. That is its essence. That is its beauty. Death has many facets. That is its essence. That is its beauty. Death has many facets. That is its essence. That is its beauty.
What are the tenets? I want a clear answer.
Every thread ends in death. The Vizier falls silent, as though these words have explained everything. Then he nods toward empty space. Yes, I see he is still full of questions. Let us give him answers about our ways, my brothers and sisters.
What is your supreme commandment?
To give and receive death. To fear no twist or turn of fate. One is afraid of death, is already dead in their soul, waiting for the end, afraid to accept the inevitable. A life of fear is disgraceful. The true service is in dedicating oneself to death with no regrets.
What do your tenets say about human weakness?
The smallest stain of rot is enough to ruin the most beautiful woven pattern. Weakness is a gateway into the soul, one we hold open for new failings. It is born of desire. Kill your desires, and your weaknesses will die along with them.
I see the followers of the web are skillful fighters. What is your secret?
The Vizier smiles gently. I cannot share the full wealth of my knowledge, for it has taken me a lifetime to learn. But I can share this foremost lesson with you. Be guided by reason, not fury. When you fight, and seek no pleasure in killing, that is how you will win.
I will take my leave.
The Vizier. Yeah. We will meet again, Doman, when the threads of fate weave a bloody pattern.
Let's seize the moment.
If we interact with anyone important. It's important. Just go and leave.
A spinner, his face covered in carved, bleeding glyphs, make a respectful gesture of invitation. Let me show you the way, Doman.
Take me to the enforcer in charge of the freight line hub. I have business with him.
Captain Frenzo has acquired a few wounds since your last conversation. Half of his ear is gone, and he knows that he is wearing bloody bandages under his uniform. Seeing you, he quickly injects himself with a stimulant and straightens. How may I serve you, Lord Captain?
Are you gonna shoot out?
Yes, there's been a raid on a local gang. We've finally cleared out the scoundrels who were smuggling goods to neighboring compartments. No one escaped. Renzo permits himself a brief smile of grim satisfaction.
Finish inspecting this bay.
The captain raises a wary eyebrow. Will there be any orders based on the inspection's conclusions?
The workers are to be provided with everything they need to service the freight line properly. Food and medicine will be delivered to the bay, and you are to demote any enforcers found to be abusing their authority to the status of workers.
The captain needs a moment to handle his confusion. Orders understood.
Sentinel of the Stars
ability.
gained. Alright, that's what I named the ship. I forgot about that. Educated labor. Flagship's hull integrity is increased by plus 10. The plating of all sectors of the flagship is increased by plus 1. The freight line workers study to the best of their ability, applying newly attained knowledge for the betterment of the ship. Thanks to their efforts, logistical operations with the engineering bays have become more efficient, which has opened up new opportunities for fortifying the ship's hull. So we've become tankier.
Yep.
I was attacked.
Lets out a menacing growl as his face fills with blood. Who dared?
I encountered mutants in the pestilence pit. They seem to be under the influence of unholy powers.
You went to the pestilence pit? Into the pestilence pit. Renzo stares off into the distance as he speaks. Pardon me, Lord Captain. I just can't even begin to find the words I would use if I had to tell the Master of Arms that you had perished in there. He rubs his temple warily. The enforcers do regular checks to see if there are any dangerous blight-stricken rejects hiding at the bottom of the bay. I implore you, Lord Captain, leave this job to us.
Enforcers have been appropriating ration cards from workers returning from their shifts. Why is that? Are you short on provisions?
The compartment has just enough food to avoid starvation, Lord Captain. This is why the enforcers are making sure that no serf has more cards than they're supposed to. They used to rip out people's tongues for it, but I reduced the punishment to simply beating the thieves and confiscating all their cards. The orders are to give these cards to workers who are starving due to a lack of work shifts. Not that it helps them much, but it's better than nothing. Brenso scoffs. Are the enforcers guilty of misappropriating the confiscated items? Yes. Do those caught stealing receive severe punishment? Absolutely.
Be steadfast in your duty.
The Emperor protects, Lord Captain.
I think we're all done here. Find a way to go.
Venture forth.
they all. If
Lord
anyone has
Captain.
anything to say.
Lord Captain.
Nope. Perhaps Cabela has more to say now that we've done her quest. Figure out where they are.
Domin.
Nope.
Maybe.
Oh. Scream, New Blood. Out of order. The quartermasters handle the Lord Cap. Specialist message containing call sign. Okay, scout out the planet. Hard saving. Do we have any jewelry? We mostly have stuff that's the lower tiers of things. That would be like 100 each.
Yeah, be
Probably
careful
should
about
wait.
that.
Character wearing this armor will dodge 40% of average enemy attacks in this chapter. That's interesting. So they lose that bonus in the next chapter?
No, it's hinting at the power level, how effective it is for this chapter. When you go to the next chapter, it will probably be a bit weaker, and you will
Okay,
be looking for better armor.
right.
So it's just letting you know kind of how strong it is for the current chapter you're in.
Fair
Things are
enough.
going to ramp up over time.
Yep. Let's see. Is there any other final thing gets me a shield? It's gonna take a lot of time. Can't do much about that right now. Have we gone to the astropathic station yet?
No.
I think we should head there first.
The astropathic station is dead ahead of the void ship. It is motionless. There is a lifeless silence across its Vox frequencies. Its lights are out. Even those who have no warp sensitivity can feel the presence of death. It is here, lurking in the shadows. All this makes reading the reports of the ship's astropaths, who claim to be hearing an incessant ghostly howl emanating from the station, all the more disturbing.
Contact the station by Vox.
The station's not responding. Perhaps there is no one left who could respond.
Scouting team.
The enforcers offered their prayers and proceeded to enter the uncanny station. What they saw inside was monstrous. Astropaths upon their thrones, not quite here, not quite now, smudged, as it were, across time. Servants reliving their horrible deaths again and again, only to be reborn out of the ashes and blood into more agony a moment later. The warp manifested itself here, twisting the very nature of existence. The main hall was covered in a crust of psychic ice. A green-robed, blind old man sat motionless across a tall throne. He was quite literally embedded in the ice, yet he was still alive and screaming.
Send Zachary Weiss, I think it's Weiss, to the station with a squad of bodyguards. Could also be Vise.
The choir master boarded the station in person and proceeded to the choir's hall. He stood silently for hours in front of the frozen man frozen in ice and held a telepathic conversation with him. Then Master Weiss offered a prayer to the God Emperor, and the unfortunate man passed away. Upon returning to the ship, Weiss reverently presented the Lord Captain with a grim trophy, the late choir master's amulet, taken from his frozen body after his death.
Nightmares. If worn by a psyker, the wearer gains immunity to the horrors of the warp effect. Which horrors of the warp? The target suffers -5 weapon skill, ballistic skill, willpower, strength, and -1 resolve per difficulty tier of the daemon for 1 per round. Cool. So we'll have you or Adira equip it accordingly. Maybe the navigator counts. I'm not sure if she can do.
Yep, good question. Your choice. The psychic shriek carrying across the immaterium has been silenced, but this has brought the crew no relief. A chilling realization came to the astropaths when they discovered that the cry was masking a different sound, one even more terrifying and surreal. It was the melody of cataclysm born from the warp storm of titanic power, so intense that the entire expanse must be able to hear it. It muffles the astropathic messages and crawls into psychers' minds, evoking everywhere the same image: a dark, gaping, beastly mouth cleaving the universe in two. Now that the mad core master has finally stopped screaming, the song of the Immaterium has reached the rogue trader's void ship too.
Order the station to be explored.
A brief and chilling chronicle of the station's doom was found in the scribe's records. A warp disturbance of monstrous proportions wiped out half of the choir at once, turning the astropaths into living portals through which torrents of the immaterium energies poured out. Those who lasted longer bellowed and howled about a black rift that has been split the universe into before and after, and a darkness that would devour the Astronomicon's light.
I don't really like the idea of either of these, but I'd rather burn everything than let them
Yep.
suffer.
Void torpedoes shattered the fragile station. One can only hope that the unfortunate souls captured by the warp have perished along with their home.
Okay, well that's done.
As the ship makes its way through the star system, a strange fatigue falls over you. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the quill you have been using to draw up yet another order falls from your hand. You raise your head with a start. Someone else is here, in your study. You stand up and stare at the dozens upon dozens of corpses surrounding you. Among their number, you recognize the disfigured and bloody faces of those who died on the ship's bridge, and those you met in your previous life. How is this possible? Where are the enforcers posted to stand guard? It matters not. You are alone against the horde of heretics risen from the darkness to take your life. As if of its own accord, the shard lying at the edge of the desk, the sole remnant of Kunran Voidfear's weapon, slips into your hand. The metal is searing cold. The dead sway from side to side, closing in around you in nightmarishly slow advance.
Stop! I do not wish for any of you to die.
The dead remain deaf to your words, creeping ever closer with the inevitability of death itself. You belatedly realize that your trembling hand has found the shard with its razor sharp edge cuts into your palm. An unbearably bright light floods everything around, and you find yourself surrounded by graveling minions, their bodies shivering in your mere presence. Your hand no longer holds a pitiful shard, but of a majestic and an intricate weapon, a skillfully crafted sword with strange, unnerving proportions, a curved design, and an unusual hilt adorned with the image of a closed eye. The eye opens wide, revealing a gaze so ancient and dark that it steals your breath away. You have felt this gaze before, there, on the bridge, and the voice that appears in your mind only confirms your guess. The tapestry is woven. The path is chosen. Accept your fate, champion.
I am the sword's master, not his servant. Remember that.
You feel the sword's immense weight pulling you down. You resist its will for a moment longer before collapsing to the ground to the sound of odious laughter. The strain is such that you fear your back could break at any moment. Log, the first dawn, is hereby woven into the tapestry of your fate. Seek the second dawn in the hands of she who rises above its future dominion. The former aspirants fell, and thus the new one will become the chosen of the Weaver of Destinies. Make mortals serve you as their god, and become the vessel of the Edge. You are awakened from the vision, kneeling next to your desk, clothes drenched in sweat and a sour taste on your tongue. Your head is ringing, and you struggle to recall those faces and the image of the sword in your hands. Only the deep cut on your palm and the bloodied shard laying on the floor remind you of what just transpired.
Hmm. I don't really have an option otherwise. I feel like I'm more so dogmatic than heretical, though.
Yep, I understand. You would rather die than touch that thing again, so you reach a shaking hand for your Vox and call for a servitor. Now you just have to wait for the mindless automaton to arrive, pick up the cursed artifact, and head for the nearest airlock to be claimed by the void. Blade shard lost.
Be nice if it would like show new dialogue from certain allies. But oh,
Lord Captain. Lord Captain.
what would you like?
Uh, Trade out Argenta with Adira. The starport greets you with a din of ordnance, and the smell of explosives tickles your nostrils. It is difficult to tell through the smoke who is firing at whom. Halt! Weapons on the ground, or I'm firing. A man in torn and dirty uniform hobbles toward you from behind the chunks of Rock Creek and crumpled plasteel. His helmet his cracked helmet is adorned with the crooked label that reads Sergeant Malgar. Alright, so our skies are in lockdown. The rebels are shooting down anything that flies, and you lot just happen to land in our rear without a scratch to show for it? And on a shuttle like that? Where did you get it? Stolen from the palace, isn't it? He visibly awed by the resplendent gold of your transport. Grab 'em, lads. We've got ourselves a rebel landing force. Go ahead.
Ballard turns purple. By the Holy Throne, what is this mess?
Yura glances around. They're in a rough spot, old man. Go easy on them.
You must be mistaken. I am the rogue trader of House von Valancius.
The soldier grows more and more pale with every word you say. As soon as you are done speaking, he falls to his knees. My mistake, your lordship. Didn't recognize you, sir. Please pardon my blunder. It's a bloodbath in here. A frag grenade explosion cuts off the rest of the sergeant's words. Shrapnel flies everywhere, and a piercing screech. One of the soldiers falls to the ground, clutching the remains of his forearm that is now adorned with crimson tatters. Blood is pouring out of the stump, and the soldier's agony is short-lived. The sergeant curses and hastily says an army prayer for the dead. With a rasping cough, the sergeant turns back to you. Pardon me, sir. Sergeant Lays Malgar reporting. My unit is holding the starport on the governor's orders. How may I serve?
What is going on here?
Unrest, sir. Armed rebellions in both the capital and the provinces. First, the lower levels sparked. Then it went up the spires. They hit the Vox hubs, the arsenals, the mag train stations.
Then Felix tore off his mask, precisely because he knew about the trouble on Reichad Minoris. He knew that none of our allies would come to our aid. You may continue your report, peasant.
My unit was here when it all went to the Groxes. The tech priests linked to the satellites reported sightings of strange void ship in this system. They were orbiting the star until one of them set course for landing on Reichad Majoris. The governor took precautionary measures and ordered to increase security at the key facilities. Everyone knows that whenever something's not right, you better double the warden details. The alarm was raised, and we sent to secure the starport. It's the only reason we were able to hold it. They're crushing us, the scumbags. It's been a whole turn since the last reinforcements came in. We're running low on ammo. Every other fighter is wounded. I don't know how bad it is in the streets, but they'll drive us out of here any minute.
You were late to all of these things. Oh, maybe I should be a wizard. I'm never late. Or early. Who are you, anyway?
Sergeant Laz Malgar, sir. 11th generation loyal soldier of House Winterscale. Awarded 3 commendations for faultless service. Ever since the olden days, his lordship, the rogue trader, has recruited soldiers and shipwrights on Rykad Minoris, so there is no greater honor for a Rykadian than serving his lordship with diligence.
What caused this rebellion?
Ill thoughts, sir. We've fallen on hard times. The ground keeps shaking. Things keep exploding. The people are scared. They've forgotten all about their duty. And that's when those emperor, forgive me, preachers came. They started riling everyone up. Sure enough, we shot a few, but they kept coming. More and more of them.
I pat him on the shoulder. You're doing fine work, Malgar. And so are your troops. It is people like you who hold the Imperium together.
I live to serve. The sergeant's grim voice rings with a martyr's pride.
You happen to know if a member of the Inquisition has come here?
At the word Inquisition, the sergeant's face fills with awe. I don't know, sir. There definitely haven't been any visitors like that on my watch. You might have to inquire at the headquarters, your lordships, sir.
Some dirty dog nearly shot down my shuttle.
Affirmative, your lordship, sir. It's all those damned rebels. Those maggots somehow got their hands on anti-aircraft battery, and it's causing our shuttles no end of trouble. That thing really packs a punch. You're lucky they missed you. I've seen them fry 2 shuttles carrying reinforcements. Not a soul survived. If I may report, sir, as long as the rebels keep shooting their damned anti-aircraft battery, there's absolutely no way to shuttle you to the governor. It would have to be on foot, and the streets are dangerous. I have no one to send with you as an escort. I assigned all available troops to accompany the esteemed Pt.4 to the governor. I will voxcast orders to them to wait for you, and I'll inform headquarters. They better send out a convoy to meet you halfway. Meanwhile, we will follow the governor's orders and hold the line here. Adira frowns as her gaze grows distant, as if she's looking through the sergeant. You're a good soldier, but you've got a lot of blood on your hands, both yours and others. You know, the same hand that salutes now might falter in darkness. Rank and epaulets won't save you from the bitterness. Pardon me, my lady, but I can't get my head around those fancy words you're saying. I've seen plenty of blood, but trust me, I'll fight till my last drop. The sergeant shakes his head in disappointment. Ah, if only Sergeant Davian of Tertium was here. He may have completely lost his marbles, but if I had let him accompany you, you could have walked all the way to the governor's palace without any harm befalling you.
Davian of Tertium, who is that?
One of ours, a veteran. No idea how he wound up here. The man's from Otoma Prime, the other end of the galaxy. Silent chap, crazy eyes, but you should see him slay enemies of humanity. There's none like him. The sergeant cast a glance somewhere past the starport. When it started, he went missing out in the streets somewhere. Worse news for the rebels, though. He's an absolute beast in close quarters combat.
Interesting. It feels like that's like a... Could be unrelated, but that is where Darktide takes place. Tertium and Atoma Prime.
Yep.
Is the path ahead dangerous? What exactly awaits me there?
The sergeant sighs heavily. All of our roadblocks are gone. The whole place is in the rebels' hands. The city is almost lost, so no help will come. We are surrounded by rebels, and watch your steps, sir. The streets are chock full of mines. His remark about mines lodges itself in your memory. More than anything, you'll need to watch the ground and not your surroundings. You'd rather risk a shot from a rebel or jittery soldier than experience a few handfuls of lethal frag shrapnel resting on top of 300 grams of explosive faceline.
What tech priest?
A very important person from Adeptus Mechanicus arrived on the last shuttle before they locked down the sky. He kept on asking whether anyone by the name of Amarant or Emernet or something like that had recently arrived. Barely answered any of our questions, though. He said he was under no obligation to tell us anything. He demanded to talk to Governor personally, so I had to send a quarter of my troops with him to keep trouble at bay.
You are a good soldier, Malgar. I'll see that your heroism is noted.
The sergeant blushes slightly. I live to serve. Another explosion interrupts the sergeant's words. With a sigh of relief, he turns to his soldiers and spits out a booming series of commands.
Rumors. Sometimes rumors are just that, other times there's truth to them, and in some cases there may be even more. To verify a rumor, travel to the place indicated in the rumor's description. You're bound to hear rumors regarding your own deeds and exploits. Yep.
Yeah. So we don't have Argenta to help with the disarming of mines. We could try to leave and grab Argenta.
So
Adira might be
this
enough
is
to
how
at least
vast
see
the
the
sky
mines.
is.
I
It
have
is
high
no wonder that
demolitions.
mutiny broke out
Okay.
here.
Good,
How
good.
can order be maintained in a place without compartments or bulkheads?
I would argue that it is not the size of the territory, but the competence of the governor that matters. Ugh, he did not even send a proper cortege to meet us.
Okay, so feel free to pick who wears that pendant.
Yep. Perils of the Warp is more common with an unsanctioned psyker. So that's my thought process.
The inventory continues to expand as you scroll down. That's fine. I'm just trying to adjust. Feel free to level up, Adira.
Yep. Ready.
Stay sharp. Another battle demands our attention. I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Oh yes, take cover behind these supposedly hazardous containers.
Out of my way. Here we go.
I'm here, maggot.
Let's get to it.
My ears are ringing.
My faith strengthens me.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Already benefiting from the amulet, it seems. Plus side, the next attack on that nearby target will be a critical. So choose wisely who you attack with on that
Which of
Bruiser
us?
Rebel.
Okay.
The Bruiser Rebel, the
Okay.
next hit.
Well,
he will
Abelard
take-
is next, so.
Yep. Alright, pressing end turn.
Let's make it quick.
Show me what you've got.
How dare you!
It's but an illusion.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
Indeed. I will do my duty. At your beck and call.
If I may. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I know what to do. One step ahead. They won't expect this. Done. As said, so done. This is how it's done. Forward. Easy. Here we
Shotgun
go.
pistol's cool. Although it's less range, so I'll eventually switch to an actual one-handed, but technically two-handed shotgun.
Not yet.
Injury is not an excuse to shirk one's duty.
Why did I not foresee this?
Once a character has suffered a certain number of injuries, these injuries are replaced with a trauma. Make use of kits in time to treat the injuries to avoid characters suffering traumas. Removing traumas is a more difficult task. They can only be healed by resting on the ship or in certain other places suitable for rest. I'll send Abelard over to stabilize her.
I don't think you can during a fight.
Well, if I can,
Last
I'll
I've
do
seen, that's not possible. But either way, it's fine.
Deliver us! Let's get to it.
Let's make it quick.
Abelard's turn.
My place is at the 4.
Doesn't let me.
Yep.
It will be done. Like the aftermath of an orbital strike. We'll rule the stars themselves. Someone else can do this. Victory is imminent.
A costly mistake. As said, so done. No foe too great. Let's set this in motion.
Mocking me.
At your beck and call. Indeed. It will be done.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
They won't expect this. With purpose. I know what to do. High momentum.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. I will do my duty. At your beck and call. It will be done.
Emperor, give me strength. Do not dare ask. If I may. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
For the dynasty! Easy. And done.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
Are you already healed up?
We auto heal. I have a lasting trauma, which I'll have to make do with.
Take my transient gratitude.
And sadly, that does nothing for me.
Oh well.
Thanks anyways.
Duty beckons. Onward to victory.
Okay. Got a Mazoa pattern sword. Got some standard shotguns. Regular lasgun. Scrappy lasguns. Got some shock batons.
Yep.
Armored body glove. Doesn't seem very good. Same with the plaque. Carapace is decent, but also kind of basic. Bloody Pact is something that would be neat to equip on one of our melee-focused people.
I struggle to see it.
The knife below the cuffs.
Thank you. Reading more about it.
Believe most of the swords are what she wants to use when dual wielding. I'm not sure if your character also benefits from dual wielding swords. I don't know if knives count. I hope the chainsword counts.
I am able to do my abilities as long as I have at least one sword.
So chainswords are counted as regular. They are a type of sword.
I think so, yes.
And Mazoa pattern's actually a bit weaker, but it is stronger than her spinner's blade. You just debuff their parrying and also have a boosted... Can I please stop doing that?
What's going on?
I hover over and then it would stop showing the tooltip, so I just kept doing that.
Understood.
Well, it seems like if I shoot close enough to enemies, I knock them down, so that collision damage does work pretty well for me. But I'm also getting to the point where I have too many different gloves that are good for my character.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, who else has tech? Tech use 30, 30, 35, 30, 30, 33. So honestly, that tech use isn't doing much for me, so I might want to just swap to the Anguish gloves for now. And I'm not sure if we have anyone that benefits better from that tech use bonus.
Mm-hmm.
At the very least, probably just equip them onto Adira for now, since we don't have any other gloves for her.
Okay. Operator's gloves or something else?
Yes.
Done.
And then I realized I could have the Fellowship cape on Cassia, since she scales more and more with Fellowship.
If only that were possible.
Okay. I think that's everything we can get from here. Let's see. It's a little past 5, so...
Let's see this through.
Careful.
I've read about this.
Let's seize the moment.
Young, shaggy-haired soldier is still pale. Nonetheless, as you approach, he holsters his pistol, the hallmark of good discipline. He gives you a somewhat frightened but genuine smile. Thank you, my lord. You arrived in the nick of time. I don't know what these babbling creeps want with me, but it definitely wasn't anything good.
Who are you?
Lucky Jasper, the governor's aide and personal Vox operator. I'm dispatched to the starport on special orders, the young man proclaims, desperately trying to tame his tousled hair.
Are you unharmed, soldier?
All thanks to you, my lord. Those blind lunatics are all over the city right now. These rebels, damn them to the void, go around maiming anyone they get their hands on and scorching their eyes. Then they leave the poor sods driven mad by the pain to wander the streets babbling nonsense. He lowers his voice and adds with gravity, the command doesn't want anyone to talk about it, but I've heard whispers that it's not just some nonsense, it's heresy, actual heresy, because listening to it scrambles your brain. It made one patrolman freeze in his tracks while the blind mob got a hold of him and carried him from his post off to who knows where.
What exactly were you doing here on your own?
Following the governor Medina's special instructions, namely, he grits his teeth with a pained expression, furrowing his brow. Oh right, it's a secret assignment. I can't talk about it.
Mistress Talas, would you kindly read all of his thoughts for me?
Adira winks back at you slyly. As you wish, Lord Captain. We'll reveal all his secrets in a jiff, though I can't guarantee that his brains won't melt into mush in the process. But that's collateral, right? He pales, his eyes darting between you and Adira. No need, my lord. I'd rather volunteer everything myself than let this one rummage around in my head. She might break something. But I beg of you, don't tell anyone, or the governor will turn my brains to mush for sure.
So why did they send you to the starport?
I suppose to deliver updated Vox codes, and how should I put it? Assess the situation. The planet is a real mess at the moment. The rebels have found their way into the VoxNet and are now eavesdropping. This made proper communication impossible. The hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium had sent out a distress call before it went dark. And who even knows what's happening in the system? There's been a riot on Rakadi Philia, the prison planetoid. Uruk 5 station is silent, although the navigators there were always been a reclusive bunch. I was hoping I would be lucky enough to run into a pilot or captain here who could give me an update, but that's hardly a possibility right now. The rebels are blasting anything that tries to land out of the sky with their damn cannon. He stops talking a little too abruptly.
Tell me about Uruk 5.
There's not much anyone can tell you about it. That station belongs to the Navis Noblites themselves. Emperor knows what they do up there, or who even lives there. They scorn ordinary folk, and the only person that they're willing to grace with an audience is the esteemed Yvain Winterscale. It is beginning to sound like he is complaining. That place is creepy. They say that they order shuttles with servants from Rykad Minoris on a regular basis. I guess they're too important up there to change filters and clean compartments themselves, huh? Except I've never met anyone who has served there. It's like no one ever comes back.
Your brothers and sisters lived and died for a great cause, serving a navigator house and therefore all of the Imperium. It is a high honor, one that few could bear.
Only now does Jasper notice Cassia, and his eyes go wide with fear. He opens and closes his mouth a few times helplessly like a fish, unable to utter a sound. Instead, he just nods nervously.
There's something else you are hiding from me, isn't there? More classified secrets.
Jasper looks away. It's nothing classified, just personal. There's another reason why I'm here. My betrothed is missing. Rakul Vakari, the esteemed Evelyn Winterscale's personal pilot. When the right reports came from Ricadi Philia, Lord Yvain headed there personally. Then this rebellion started down here, and we lost communication. No one knows how they're doing up there. You know what I'm afraid of? That they'll come back and those rebel scumbags will shoot them out of the sky. I want to find a place that's high up, set up a voxcaster there, and send them a transmission. The sky is closed off, don't try to land. But I didn't make it in time. Those blind dogs chased me away, and I was running. I tripped and broke the caster. He hangs his head sadly. I worry for her. She's an excellent pilot, but I still worry.
Abelard shakes his head disapprovingly, but his eyes are understanding. That is why all members of a void ship can share the same employment, or clan share the same employment. No matter how devoted a servant of the Emperor is to their duty, there is always the danger that family ties might disrupt regulations and order. Worry not, for your Raquel is alive. I met her on Rykadi Philia.
Really? That's marvelous. May the Emperor protect you for 1,000 years, and then 1,000 more for bringing me such good news. He beams in elation. I'll name my firstborn after you, I swear. In fact, I'll name all my children after you.
Well, chronologically speaking, that is true. They'll all be named after me.
The esteemed and honorable sign of blessed rogue trader Caligos Winterscale, master of the Rykad system. At the behest of his illustrious father, or grandfather, or uncle, well, his illustrious relative, Lord Yvain, took up residence of Rykad Minoris. Jasper's face betrays a fierce inner struggle before he blurts out, "You know what I think? I find it curious that blessed Caligos didn't make him the ruler of our world. Lord Yvain is his blood, but it's the governor who rules us. Then why do you think he sent him here? I think he's been exiled."
You think the governor can handle the rebellion?
Jasper mumbles evasively. Well, obviously, I'm not some pessimist to say otherwise.
I won't tell anyone.
You really won't? Well, then, if you ask me, things are pretty rotten. His words come flying at a rate of a stubber fire. Those rebels are strange. We would have easily quelled a normal riot, but we're not some commoners. We're Ricadians, the naval elite of the House Winterscale. But those people, they're vicious. They know no fear. And their attacks, they're so precise. It's like they know what's going to happen ahead of time. The command executed 7 officers on suspicion of espionage, but it's not about spying. They say the leader of the rebels is some two-faced Aurora who can see into the future. Now, she is the real danger. Adira scoffs and rubs her hands together in excitement. She can see into the future, is that right? We'll see about that. She's up against the wrong psyker. My breezy whispers may be vague, but they're not failed me once. I can tell you without asking my ethereal friends that her future doesn't look too bright now that the Lord Captain is involved.
I'm looking for an interrogator of the Inquisition who may have arrived on this planet. Have you heard of anyone matching that description?
Jasper's face quickly turns gray as he says, I have, but I don't know where he is now. I'm sorry, but I don't like discussing the affairs of the Inquisition.
I have no more questions.
It was
I
my
must take
pleasure
my
to be
leave.
of service. You're right, we shouldn't stay here, or we might run into rebels. I'll go find a safe place to watch the sky for any landing shuttles. May the Emperor protect you, my lord.
Venture forth. Your execution is assured. I will take you down.
Inevitable downfall. Another one is shattered. How
Intriguing.
Out my way. Here we go.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs? The fury of House Orselio!
I know what to do. It's how it's done. As said, so done. They won't expect this costly mistake. Hold on.
High momentum. No matter the cost. Victory is imminent. Indeed. I will do my duty. It will be done. A tactically sound approach.
Let's get to it.
am a navigator, not a servitor. If I may?
I said, so done. And done. Let's set this in motion. Let's make it quick.
Time to slaughter someone. Let's get to it.
Abelard's turn.
I took care of this one. Victory is imminent.
Let's get to it.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
High momentum.
Cassia's turn.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
One step ahead. Easy. They won't expect this. You clearly are outmatched. As said, so done. Let's set this in motion.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
It will be done. That's not the Seneschal's job. Reduced to dust!
Forge ahead. Never linger. Perfect. My actions speak louder than words. Always striving for greatness.
All that combat didn't lift you up. Start disarming a bomb? Skirmisher boots. Whenever the wearer deals damage to an enemy, the wearer has a 25% chance to gain 2 movement points. Large medikit. The movement bonus is nice, especially since then I can further reposition, or we can give that to one of our more melee-focused party members. Both blade dancers are already pretty mobile, though, so
Yep.
I probably need these for now.
Yep, I understand.
That's gun, cargo. Got a new pyromancer staff.
Yep.
Which Cassia cannot use.
Yep. Keep it safe. Don't really have plans for it, but I will consider it.
Saving and leveling. probably time for me to get some more. Maybe I should go ahead and get the one-handed shotgun benefit, or even the shield mastery. Probably shield mastery, otherwise I would have to stow away my sniper. Although I don't have a shield yet, but once I do, that will be a problem.
Yep.
So either that, or I can one-hand shotgun, but since I have a pistol shotgun right now, I might just stick with that for the moment. I get... The issue is that, like, the shotgun I can use now, the shield I have to wait to even use, but that's going to be another 2 levels before I get to that point.
Yep.
But that's not terrible. It's probable that we won't get a shield for me for a while, so... So probably, even though, yeah, there's exploit surroundings, fired up, camaraderie, and unpredictable, I probably should go for shotgun mastery. Law and Order is nice because with synergizing with Cassia, anytime I'm doing damage on another's turn. Well, no, I guess that doesn't getting a bonus turn. I don't know if that counts, but
Yep. Don't know. That is what respecs can be for, if it matters enough.
I don't have a shield yet, so the toughness bonus doesn't matter. Being immune to different crowd control would be also useful. But I think I'll go shotgun mastery, so then I can actually single wield the two-hander. And then my next point will be towards a shield. So then I can not take up both slots once I get a shield, which hasn't happened yet. And what I could do is just have the pistol and shield and shotgun and shield until I get shield mastery.
Yep.
May also want prepared prosecution eventually. But yeah, I'll go with shotgun. Since I can actually utilize that now, whereas I wouldn't be able to otherwise. We'll go ahead and get interception, since he can synergize with the parry.
Yep.
And then some more toughness. Essia, might as well buff her commerce. Although I could give her more awareness, but helps to have her around for the trading benefits. And then probably give her some more fellowship. Yep. Good for now.
Complete. Thank you.
Marching ahead.
There's a door that way. Seems to leave. Oh.
Change is coming. The edge is nigh.
The blinded ones are harmless. No sense in shooting them and drawing attention.
Fire on the nearest target! Don't kill the tech priest! We need to take him alive!
Knowledge finders, and let their enemies
Spirit, hold back!
New companion for us? Nope, never mind. Maybe.
knowledge be thy fate. Let the cycle be discontinued.
Yep.
Pascal. The man dressed in crimson should not have survived an explosion like that. However, he is alive. You hear wheezing of the respirator that covers half of his face.
Not another step.
Trill comes from the folds of the partially smoldering crimson raiment. It is binaric speech. The sacred language of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Binaric hymns transform into a vox-synthesized voice that sounds like thunder rolling over a vast plain.
Flee, for I am dead.
His gaunt hand rises to stop you, and immediately your vox howls in pain as your machine equipment starts crackling. The tech priest's blazing power axe disgorges a cloud of righteous sparks, and his visor glows menacingly in blue and green.
By the throne! What is that servant of the Omnissiah made of? Adamantine? Blast it!
Abelard clutches his head as his ocular implant is racked with a wave of interference. Given the green, it makes it feel like some Necron technology was utilized. I am Rogue Trader Ryder von Valancius. I mean you no ill.
I identify you as a member of a high stratum belonging to Rogue Trader House von Valancius. I am detecting no need for confrontation. The convoy received an order to meet you. It is no longer functional. Therefore, I propose that we continue to advance to the rendezvous point with the governor's soldiers.
Tech Priest stares resolutely forward, his mechadendrite tentacles rising gracefully around his hunched figure, which is illuminated by the flames of the smoldering remains of the machine. Who are you?
I identify as Magos Pascal Haneman of the priesthood of Mars. By the grace of the Omnissiah, I am currently assigned to the maintenance personnel of the station Altar Templum Calixis X-17.
Altar Templum Calixis. I have heard the name before. The station appears on House Orcelio's star charts in the Furibunda system, not far from the void colony of Footfall. You have traveled a long way to come here, esteemed Magos.
How did you manage to kill off a slew of people and blow up a sacred machine without even laying a finger on it?
This was my doing.
The Tech Priest turns around and stares aghast at the burning remains, as if he had nothing to do with what just happened. His vox produces a mournful prayer.
The voices are being weird about him. They're saying garbled, conflicting things. Like they're talking about completely different people. But he's not a threat to you. Even if that's a bit hard to believe after all the fireworks.
You do not even know how you caused such an explosion?
The Omnissiah granted me a revelation. The spirit of this machine was dying, but it wished to perform a service, for such was its design. I sensed this and appealed to it. I do not know how I did it. I merely followed my intuition. The understanding granted by the Omnissiah was not permanent. It has left me.
He appears shaken.
How strange it is to hear such words from one who is not of the blood-spun web. We have much in common.
Why do you wish to see the governor?
I came here to carry out a sacred mission. My mentor, Archmagus Amonat, summoned me, and I hastened to answer his call. But the rabble's unrest prevented our meeting, and I was on my way to Governor Medina to determine my mentor's current location. My escort was ordered by their commander to discontinue their movement and wait to be merged with your group. Then, due to their incompetence, they let themselves be killed. It was an unacceptable complication to my task.
The Tech Priest's voice carried any compassion for the dead. The dry words that cracked from his vox system did not convey any shred of it. You must be quite devoted to your mentor to be willing to wade into this mess for him.
Cessation of vital functions is an unavoidable phenomenon, and therefore an insignificant one. The doctrine of worship repudiates the fear of death. With my mentor's words, the Omnissiah gives me the algorithm for redemption and triumphant service. I will be redeemed.
Hold for a moment.
I will triumph.
In a moment like this, I say go ahead and invite him into our retinue, and I will volunteer to let my character go rest and recover. Yes, it'll allow you to have 4 characters, but it seems fitting, and I'm okay with this. So,
Acknowledged. Predicting successful and mutually beneficial cooperation.
yep. So, send my character back. Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Take your time. And
He's
congrats.
a Tech Priest Forge World operative. He starts with analyze enemies. He has tech use as his bonus. Well, there's the tech use gloves.
Yep.
Let's see. Do we have those on hand or available currently?
Let's see, was that given to Adira?
Yeah. Go ahead and unequip them and then...
Unequipping.
Thank you.
Unequipped.
His gun is on his little servo arm. Cool.
Yep.
I like
you can
this.
use whatever you want, but one suggestion I'm thinking is if one day he will specialize with arc guns, but that's up to you.
Well, yeah, that's a signature of them. So, so he can go, since he's an operative, he can either go assassin, bounty hunter, grand strategist, executioner, or overseer. Overseer is always a tempting thing, but I still feel once we get the other arbitrator, I'd like that to be at least one of our overseers. I feel like executioner could be something interesting for him.
Yep. I don't know how many status effects the tech-like weapons might do, but there might be enough.
I mean, I would imagine arc weapons do.
Yep. You want multiple effects to benefit a lot more from Executioner. Not just one status effect, but I believe there may be still a few, and I think they include things like Immobilize, so you might be fine. I support, I'm just warning you. And even if it doesn't work out, you can respec later. So, yep.
Also, seemingly a dual-wielding focus. So, perhaps not. Bounty hunters. Overseers. I mean, Overseer might still be fun.
Yep.
Potentially.
Indeed.
A future referencing towards the sort of stuff that the Skitarii and Darktide will be able to use to a degree. Because they get a servo skull as part of their kit.
Yep.
But he already has dismantling attack.
Yep.
So it also allows to use a ranged weapon in melee range. This attack always hits. They also have passive learning by default. Randomly distributes the same number of exploits as when using an analyze enemies among all enemies in a 10-cell radius around the operative. So it is kind of a melee-oriented operative version, it seems. Which is also why it sort of sounds fitting to go executioner, but we'll see. So the main stats are either intelligence or perception. Intelligence. Deal more damage with non-burst ranged area attacks. So more... That's where Bounty Hunter also fits.
Yep.
Because it's like precision shooting. While perception is...
Yep. I'll check for myself.
Also has removes all exploits from the target, decreasing the target's dodge, parry, and armor. So it is kind of a he's leaning single target debuffer outside of the dismantling attack, which is the heroic ability, I believe.
Indeed.
So operatives focus intelligence perception to find and exploit weaknesses in enemies' defenses. So it definitely leans into things like assassins and bounty hunters. I feel like bounty hunter would be pretty neat for him if I don't go overseer.
Yep.
There is also Wild Hunt second weapon, so there is bonuses towards dual wielding if with a lot of these. Same with Assassin. Perception. He has lower perception. So it might be worth doing that, but also it's potentially worth doing intelligence all the more. They're both good, so maybe I should go ahead and start with more perception first.
Yep.
Forge World characters can use a persuasion, coercion, or commerce based on intelligence instead of in fellowship, which is cool, but I don't think that's necessary for this.
Understood.
Gain deflection against burning effects and flame weapons. Forge World characters gain a stacking 10% bonus to hit chance and dodge reductions. Any target they hit with a single target attack. Useful. So he pairs really well. Forge World plus Operative is a very good combo. Pinnacle of Weaponry. The first attack in combat with any plasma, melta, or power weapon deals additional damage equal to 4. For the remainder of combat, the damage is decreased to 2. And then while wearing heavy armor, Forge World characters gain +1 movement, +1 deflection, and cannot fall prone. I don't know if he's capable of that yet.
Yep.
I'm looking. Needs enough strength to wield, or to wear heavy armor. But that is cool. That's an option. Where is arc weapon?
Some things don't require a talent to use, so it might not show up. But good luck. They might be.
He actually already has Melta weapon proficiency, Plasma weapon proficiency.
Yep.
Targets hit by this character's arc rifle must pass a toughness resistance chance or suffer +1 stack of arc shock for 2 rounds. That's an example. If we get him an arc rifle.
Yep.
residual charge. Whenever this character hits a target with an arc rifle, they gain +1 residual charge stack. So I can favorite these to keep them in mind. Seeing if there's any other plasma weapon expert, plasma bank, piercing charge. A lot of plasma related things. There's overclocking module for another arc rifle.
Yep.
If an ally becomes the secondary targets of this character's arc rifle, they do not suffer damage. Gonna turn him into a Skitarii, whether he likes it or not. But I'm gonna wait until we actually get an arc rifle, because kind of pointless otherwise. There's also various other plasma effects. Echo Pulse, another arc rifle thing. There's also Webbers.
Yep.
Bolter weapon proficiency. As opposed to bolt weapon. Well, that's the expert. Base skill. Deadly accuracy. Eldari finesse. Drakari or Eldari. Yep. And then he has his more origin skills. Pascal gains 4 MP in the first round of combat. Every successful melee attack grants more MP for the next round. He gains ballistic skill and plus 14% to dodge reduction with plasma and Melta weapons. So he's still leaning into using plasma or Melta, unfortunately. Arc might count as a plasma weapon. Obviously, I know I don't need to take such. But he does have a lot of things that are plasma and Melta.
Yep.
And that's just built into unique things for him.
Yep. But still choose what you would like.
Manipulator Mechadendrite attacks enemies in close combat, pushing them up to 2 cells away, dealing weapon skill bonus plus intelligence bonus damage. This attack has 5 times Tech Priest perception bonus % armor penetration. Medicae Mechadendrite can use their Mechadendrite to restore the wounds of an ally once per combat. That's also useful. Overcharge Protocols uses a plasma or Melta weapon. His damage with these weapons increases by plus 9% stacks. Does not shoot for 1 round, he loses all stacks. Gains dodge reduction and parry reduction with melee weapons. If an enemy dodges or parries his next attack, the bonus is doubled for the next melee attack against them. Oh, there we go. Pascal's arc rifle shots gain plus 15% dodge reduction against primary and secondary targets.
Yep.
An additional servo skill connected directly to the Tech Priest systems increases their perception by 10. The effects of their machine spirit communion, his melee attacks deal an additional plus 14% damage and gain 14% armor pen. Out of curiosity, I actually, let me cancel. He's currently got 55 weapon skill. He's got 45 intelligence, 30 perception. What I could do is give him actually the intelligence to get him to 50, and then take the scanner to give him plus 10 to his perception.
Yep. Nice.
I think that's a good start. Okay, and then his next stuff, yes, he has his operative things, but I may skip a lot of these unless if they sound really good. Like Expose Weakness costs 0 AP. That's good. Right? Just free use.
It is. It is. Yep.
And he has a lot of synergy with Expose Weakness.
Yep.
Or, wait, no. Expose Weakness is the second thing. Still.
Yep.
That might be worth it just to not have it cost at all.
Up to you.
It doesn't say how much it costs. Still doesn't say how much it costs.
I believe
There
it
we go.
usually costs 1, and
So
you
it
can bring
makes
it
it
down to
cost
0.
0, which is still tempting.
Yep.
To save him on other things. So
Yep.
that scanner, body weak soul. That's also nice. But what else does he have from his? Because there's definitely his choice of arc rifle bonus, but there's only one. I'm wondering if it counts as a plasma weapon, or if it's very specifically arc weapons. Because it's technically a form of plasma, but it doesn't mention that. When I go and check the plasma weapon proficiency, well, it says plasma gun, plasma pistol, and others. So I should look that up. People are noting if you go like Servo Skull Overseer for Pascal, could be really good.
Yep.
And saying it's actually bugged with Bounty Hunter. So, in that regard, I'd probably go Overseer with them then.
Ah.
Because I like the idea of going arc rifle with them. There's always other characters we could go plasma weapons with, even though he already has the proficiency for it. But it's a fair point that just as well that he has some good unique plasma weapon bonuses with overcharge protocols. and filtering protocols. He uses Plasma or Melta. He gains 1 AP for the first time in a round, so he kind of gets a small refund. He also gains ballistic skill and dodge reduction. So he has more in favor of Plasma and Melta. So someone made note that they were using the arc rifle because they weren't using Argenta in their playthrough and needed someone that could clear groups, which Plasma can technically, but I think this is better suited. Like, I would say it's like choose Plasma if you're planning to go bounty hunter with him, but then choose Arc if you're going something like Overseer, and I like the idea of going Overseer with him in this regard, because it sounds like Arc rifles do not synergize with bounty hunter. May have been fixed, but it doesn't seem that way because I think it needs to be a single target thing, and I think most arc rifle things are AoE. So while yes, he gets less to the arc rifle stuff, there's still cool stuff for arc rifle, plus he gets at least one bonus. That it reduces their dodge chance.
Yep.
So I'll do that. Melee. Unfortunately, it does mean he doesn't get as much. But then a Machine Spirit Communion actually applies exploit on all affected enemies. That's pretty useful, given that he's already an operative. So that's useful there. Pascal's attacks and effects of the Exposed Weakness ability gain bonuses against enemies on their effective Machine Spirit Communion, as if those enemies had 2 more stacks of exploit. So that seems like good choices there. Everything else, his melee just applies Machine Spirit Communion. So he just scans them by smacking them. Reminds me of some of the like Cynoid weapons in Warframe. You scanned them by smashing their head in with this hammer. Ah, yes, this is their weakness. They're actually allergic to shrimp, but the hammer is effective. So I probably shouldn't grab any arc rifle things yet. Until we find one, right? Because it would be useless until we get an arc rifle.
I'm torn. I grabbed the Weber thing for Adira already, as that's what I want her to have. The point is, sometimes I just didn't really have other things I want, and I didn't want to have to do a respec just because we finally got a Weber. So, there's a back and forth. Especially if you take the moment to look to see if things are a common talent or non-common talent. I do like to look in advance and see when things vanish from that, and I do try to work it in that regard.
Well, that's where there's a handful of... This first talent choice includes the archetype talents.
Yep.
Which I should probably take.
Yep. Point is, I am making it overly complicated, and I'm pretty set on what I've done, but you can do whatever you want to do.
do feel like I at least want these top 3 of the... well, not top 3, but these 3 of the 4. Fresh target's nice, but then instant exposure, Tide of Excellence, and weak body, weak soul all boost either exploits or expose weakness.
Yep.
I think I'll go with the free instant exposure.
Yep.
And then I probably want to go ahead and give him some more perception. And then he has 2 recommended of joint analysis. The next attack against a target affected by an exploit, the target's cover efficiency and block will be reduced. So let's see, then there's intimidation. That's the only tricky thing, is a lot of operative stuff is area attacks, and that's where the arc rifle won't be useful for that.
Yep. Look carefully. Can you just choose something else entirely?
Well, most of the stuff I'm picking is not specifically non-area.
Yep.
So it's just that intimidation is a non-area effect.
Correct.
It turns it into an area attack. It grants the intimidation debuff.
Yep.
But I won't necessarily be able to utilize that. Precise attack.
Gotcha.
I'd probably say joint analysis, because until the operative's next turn, their allies' attacks also remove exploits and deal +4 more damage.
Yep.
So I just mark them and mess them up that way. So logic.
All those exploits normally just works for your own operative, but you're sharing the ability for us to make use of it as well, effectively. But yeah.
Really heavily boost his tech use, or I can give him a lot more logic. I feel like tech use would be really good as early as possible, because logic is more of a conversation skill.
Yep.
It also says it helps operate cogitators, which are certain types of computer things in this game. Maybe we should have... I don't think we have anyone else with high logic, so that might be worth having him boost that up first. Yep. He already has like 80 or 75 or so with tech use. So this is another archetype choice. I could go ahead and grant weak body, weak soul, so that way it debuffs their toughness and willpower by 15, which I think weakens them to most statuses, makes them more susceptible.
Yep.
But whereas Tide of Excellence triggers an exploit on an enemy, the operative gains +1 damage and +2% armor penetration until the end of combat. Only applies to the first strike or projectile in a burst attack. It does stack. That's actually not as good, because it's again, it's tailored towards single target bonuses.
Yeah.
Still useful, it's just not as useful. So I think I'll go with weak body, weak soul for now, and then maybe consider Tide of Excellence later.
Yep.
And then a common. There's not a lot. Pinnacle of Weaponry is good, but only if I was going Plasma, Melta, or Power Weapon with him. And then also Persistence of the Forge. He really is kind of tailored to, like, use plasma weapons, go bounty hunter. But you don't have to use those. And I don't need him to use calculated relations. Exposing communion. Attacks and effects of the exposed weakness ability gain bonuses against enemies under the effects of machine spirit communion. I do want to probably utilize the push, possibly, and the Medicae Mechadendrite. Because that is helpful to have a healing boost. He does get a bonus to tech use and demolition as well with one of his other Mechadendrites.
Mm-hmm.
Skirmish protocols. Focused on his melee attacks. Yeah, so until we get a arc rifle, I'd rather save that for a bit later in his levels. Almost sounds like it's leaning into Act 2, or whatever they call it, is when we'll start seeing more of those. So I might as well pick things that will actually be of use for now.
Yep.
Probably the Medicae option. Once per combat, but that's still useful. Although, actually, Machine Spirit scan protocols I think I like, and then maybe if this is another common... I know. I'll figure that out. So I think actually Machine Spirit scan. If I use that ability, it just applies exploits on all affected enemies, which is useful.
Yep.
Now he has a buff to his dismantling attack. Until the operative's next turn, the target cannot move. Until the end of combat, the target's MP is reduced by 3. Also cripples the enemy, reducing their weapon and ballistic skill. Also intimidates all enemies in a 5-cell radius around the target, reducing their dodge and armor. Or provokes an attack of opportunity whenever it attacks. Kind of like the one that's either crippling, intimidate, and then anytime it does a... Whenever it tries to attack, it also provokes attacks. It's fun. What do you think? Weaken them so they're easier to hit, plus others around the target, so it could actually affect up to more in a 5-cell radius.
Yep, I hear you.
Or just cripple them, making their offensive abilities weakened. I feel like turning it into an AoE is probably the stronger debuff.
It might be. I don't know.
It's also
enough
percentage
about the feature.
based, so the higher their values, the stronger that is.
Yep.
Rather than a flat amount.
Yep.
So
I believe you can right click on like the number or whatever and get a bit more info about it. If it's like bluish.
the number
highlighted
isn't.
Sort of thing. All right. Never mind then.
Okay. Then I can boost his logic even further. So that way he's closer in both logic and tech use.
Yep.
And he can pick tech use the next level. And then, let's see. I think I'll go with intelligence to boost it to 60. And that should be it for the time being.
Yep.
He is also surprisingly dogmatic. I guess that actually makes sense. Tech priest after all.
Yep.
He, at the moment, technically is wielding a melee, a two-handed melee, and oh, he is actually using an arc rifle. Darn it, I didn't even realize that's what he had on him.
Whoops.
Oh well, it was one perk. I'll just invest into that going forward.
Yep.
Shots cannot overpenetrate, and when it hits a target with an arc rifle, it also hits each creature in a 2-cell radius around the main target, so it's kind of a burst. But it is otherwise considered like a single shot type attack.
Yep.
It doesn't help that both plasma and arc weapons have the same kind of color. But I should have recognized that. That's one of the guns that the Skitarii are going to get. Oh, I'm excited for that. That's going to be so cool.
Yep.
But it looks like he also can't wield another set of weapons. He always can just have like a melee plus a gun arm. Which is neat. Oh well, I did not realize that's what he had. I should have checked that first. He could use the bolt gun.
Oh.
But I'm going to have him use the arc rifle. It's also more damage anyways. I'm actually going to favorite this one for now. Same with his Omniscion. Very cool. And then he's got his Holy Vestment, which is medium armor. He can't wear heavy yet. He would need more strength, which I think he needs like 45 just to wear heavy. Oh, he can even use a shotgun in that arm. That's fun. I like him.
Yep.
I'm feeling like as we progress, I'll get tankier to a degree. And as we progress, I probably can drop Abelard.
Yep, I understand.
At least for now, because Cassia seems like she still synergizes.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile
Careful.
investment.
Oh, never mind.
It will pause if it's a trap.
You're right. I forgot.
Ooh, some more grenades. Which Pascal can
better,
use.
Cassia.
Funny enough,
Do
he
you
actually doesn't
truly see the undying one's light in the darkness between
have the ability to
stars?
use Medicaid.
What is it like?
Amid the
Bags.
boundless terror of the Sea of Souls, his distant light is akin to a great burning heart. I see it beating in the darkness, and I know that I can find my path.
In his next abilities, he can get Dash. There's also various other things. Oh, that's me. His stuff. So, in this regard, I don't know if Tide of Excellence... It might work, but I'll unstar that. I'm thinking possibly go Medicaid, Mechadendrite, and then from there I'll grab his arc boost and then start getting the arc skills whenever it's not a primary. Although I am kind of running out of all the operatives' perception bonus is 10 or higher. They gain +1 AP and ignore enemies' deflection. Otherwise, the arc weapon stuff. Jolt. Overclocking might be the best thing to start with, although having the reduced dodge is nice. And it reduces their chance to avoid it. Yeah, so I'll probably go. I mean, the Medicaid might not be too important right away, since we do have other members of the party that can, I think.
Yep.
But having him have it without needing the training with med kits is nice.
Yep.
Granted, it's once per combat, so.
That's kind of quite alright. If you need more than one during a fight, things have already gone very wrong.
Yeah. Does also mean he can utilize close-up scanning and other things, since he's always going to have melee as an option. So, I'll figure it out. I'm not sure how many more of the archetype choices I really want, but there are some neat options that will go away from they won't be choosable later, because it'll no longer be an operative, I'm guessing. It'll be whatever the
Not
next...
until Exemplar. Not until Exemplar.
Right.
Then you get opportunities to try again.
To dip into previous chosen archetypes.
Yep.
So.
Correct.
Okay, well, I can still keep them starred and then just prioritize the ones I like. But that's where I still like the idea of grabbing various unique things from him.
Yep.
Let's see. Probably precise attack. that will go once I get that. I might have to choose Medicae or Awareness. Probably Medicae if I'm going to give him the ability to use the Medicae Mechadendrite.
Yep.
But I definitely want to probably get Arc stuff in the next... After the next level, I'll go Arc weapons for the last few. Just to prepare.
Yep.
Yes, there's at least... I want to get his unique one, but then I also want... maybe Echo Pulse, but at least get... where is it? Oh, I want to get Liturgy of Insulation. Probably I actually want to get that first. If any allies end up being the secondary targets of an arc blast, they won't suffer damage.
Which will happen often, knowing that we have like 2 Blade Dancers.
Yep.
And a shotgun wielder.
And a melee guy.
About. Yep.
So, yeah. I probably want to get this as early as I can. But first, I'll maybe... I might grab that first and then grab Medicae. I'm just not sure there's any other... archetype ones that I absolutely want. I already got Instant Exposure and Weak Body, Weak Soul, which are good enough to grab from Operative. Exemplar could be when I grab more of those, so Pulse Amplifier I'll wait, and instead I'll actually get Liturgy first. That makes a lot of sense to just keep allies out of danger. Okay.
Onward to victory.
We should deal with this.
Given the time, we can just try to press forward. But I have a feeling we're not going to be able to finish any of this immediately.
I figure one more fight and call it.
Yeah.
But I would like to at least go into one more fight.
Oh, back down. Man. Think if we just didn't even go that path, we might have missed him entirely.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Death World Origin Light Flak Armor. Do we have any Death World characters on our...
Does it matter?
No, I don't know. Hive World, Imperial, Unknown, Voidborn, Forge World, Forsaken World.
Yep.
At the moment...
Point is, I don't see a requirement that you have to be from a Death World to wear it, is my point.
I could give it to him since it gives him no dodge penalty.
Yep.
So, oddly, though, base armor properties gives him armor and tech use bonus.
Yep.
So it actually drops him down to 88 instead of 90, which isn't a big deal. He already has a lot of tech use.
Yep.
Compared to me having 30. Jeez. I don't think we'll be struggling to use tech at all. I wonder if I could change his robe color. Also, that's cool. Like, he still wears his robes, but he's got a chest plate on.
Yep.
Visual settings of the character cannot be changed. Okay, so he can't change his color scheme. He's always got to wear red. Fair enough.
Yep.
I mean, my current armor doesn't seem to change anything. I'm trying to figure out where even the color scheme matters. So far, we haven't come across any gear that does. Where do we go from here then? Loot. We go Iron Will and Commander Cloak. So she's an officer, right? Can give her that, even though the fellowship bonus for each enemy in a 2-cell, whereas increases the range of officer archetype abilities. That's useful for her. And then the ring. Whenever the wearer hits a target with shield bash, double slug, fulminating shot, or grisly adjudication. That's like all. That's all for me.
Yep.
Technically.
Yep.
They make a coercion test with a -40 penalty. If the wearer succeeds, the target is immobilized. Fellowship for each. So anyone that benefits from fellowship. Otherwise. Not really. But I'll just hold on to that. We do have that 6 to 10, 9 to 14. Technically, that Unfading Valor isn't as good. So I'll mark that. I'll mark these for the moment. And
let's seize the moment.
Loot. Right there. Scene.
Marching ahead.
A moment.
I was trying to grab the loot.
Okay, sorry. Go for it. As was I, but you're right. This is a dead end, so you're correct.
Thin skin. Good for anyone that has high agility.
Yep.
Which you have for technically is an option. I would say, yeah, go for that for Cabela. And, well, yeah, she gets a bonus dodge and parry. Well, actually, they're about the same, but still she gets more armor with the Sin skin. Although she loses some agility. Well, it's only if. And that's general dodge, whereas the base armor property is only dodge and parry against melee attacks. That's up to you then, whichever one you think.
Probably my character, which is back on the ship.
Yeah.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Demands our attention.
Crush him!
Friendly turrets.
As the tactical imperative dictates. My vow is to serve. Shrine the memory of this righteous moment.
I'm not sure if these are the same types of tarantula turrets. They do look a little different, but it's funny seeing how small they are in Space Marine 2. And yet they're like huge to us. Only because like Primaris Marines are like closer to like 9 feet tall now or something.
High momentum. I know what to do. As said, so done. I define the outcome. They won't expect this. That is how it's done.
Swapping weapons costs AP or didn't. I only reduced it by 1, I guess.
Out of my way. Here we go.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I will do my duty. I took care of this one. It will be done. Victory is imminent. I'm not interested. I'd rather not.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Well, thank you for subscribing, Fufu. Much appreciated. Let's see.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist,
Means a lot.
Lord
Thank
Captain.
you very much.
My place is at the fore. Indeed. One, you are target. It will be done.
read tomes of military tactics.
Ugh, my ears are ringing.
Site, I guess.
Request approved. Beyond the science.
Good work, but not by much.
It should be right there and next to your name. It's the first badge next to the other one. Just automatically applied in addition to whatever your chosen badge is. Yeah. Well, congratulations, you're one of the founders.
Onward to victory.
Do we save it here or continue?
I have time. I don't know what happens after this, so your choice.
Let's go for it.
Venture forth.
A young man in a planetary guard uniform salutes you. Your lordship, Private Camille Regis, ready to escort you to the command center for your meeting with the governor. I regret to say that the convoy sent to meet you was ambushed and took critical losses in heavy fighting against the rebels. In other words, I'm the only survivor. However, the rebel forces was destroyed as well. We can set out for the command center. I'll let you read this one.
The success to failure ratio combat objectives completion for this world's military speaks to its subpar efficiency. I will advise the local ruler to seek my fraternity's aid in upgrading their troops to servitor maniples. Awareness succeeded. Your uniform looks odd on you, soldier, as if it belongs to someone else.
Apologies, your lordship. The soldier draws himself up and goes to adjust his gear. It's a new uniform. The guards are in a difficult situation right now, so we often get issued whatever's left, and it isn't always the right size.
Your mouth is full of mud, soldier. You are hiding something behind beaming hues of faith and loyalty. What is it?
The soldier gulps nervously under the stern gaze of Cassius Ruby's eyes. Fear, I guess? In times like these, if you give in to weakness, you're done for, and I'm not done with life just yet. Adira winces, glances at you, and then shakes her head.
How did you make it out alive if your entire convoy perished?
The Emperor protected me, the soldier replies with confidence. I didn't run, your lordship, if that's what you're thinking. I was by my commander's side until the very end. I shot the last rebel from the gang that attacked us. But alas, the captain succumbed to his wounds, and the others had already died. The Emperor rests their souls.
What can you tell me about the insurgency?
The ungrateful rabble rose in rebellion against the planet's lawful governor and his lordship Caligos Winterscale, our ruler by the will of the Emperor. They are all heretics deserving of a most terrible death. Order will be restored. The guilty will be punished.
Enough talking. Let's go to the command center.
Yes, your lordship. We have to take this avenue. It leads from the starport right to the command center. It's a short walk.
This is a trap.
Stay sharp.
It's a tarp.
Over there.
Standard issue Minotaurum Sapper Shovel. Hive Tertium Veteran. Somewhere in the streets of the capital of Raghead Minoris, a deranged defender of humanity is wandering about. His trails of blood could likely still be picked up and followed.
Operation successful.
I wonder if that's just like meant to be a little Easter egg connecting
Let's see this through.
Dark Tide.
Maybe. Or was that rumor
My
of the
house
one
would be proud of me.
guy that they mentioned?
Yeah,
He
it's,
might be
it's a
around
guy from
somewhere.
Tertium.
Yep.
It's an Easter egg.
The young man sighs. The remains of my squad. Once we put down the rebellion, they'll be given the last honors they deserve as soldiers fallen in a righteous battle.
The battlefield looks highly suspicious. Half of your comrades never even had a chance to draw their weapons, and the direction of the shots as well. The attackers knew exactly what path the group would take and how large it would be.
The enemy is smart and cunning. Perhaps they were watching us. I must report this to the governor.
Too many parts of your story fail to add up. I'm beginning to wonder if you are a traitor.
I swear, your lordship, I may have gotten a few things mixed up from my inexperience, and that's why they don't add up. Please, let's walk to the governor's command center. I must carry out my orders. Once we get there, you can have the intelligence run a check on me if you wish. I'm a loyal soldier. That's the truth. Go ahead.
Pelgrane is sweeping from his every word, and I know this color of deceit well. I once mistook Felix's words, so humble and full of sweetness, for sincerity. In truth, they were poison. Times of war, it is better to execute an innocent than to have a mole in one's rank.
Blast you, scum. Aurora will get you all the same. Aurora and the final dawn.
Attention to detail is
Nope.
the key to success.
Let's seize the moment.
Just a minor setback.
That time I detected it right as I stepped on it.
Challenging me was a mistake.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
We should deal with this.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Ha! Nothing can catch me off guard. I know what to do. Costly mistake. Consider that off limits. As said, so done. Poised for action.
I'm here, maggots.
Hold on.
Yeah, enjoy the new emotes. Need to get some food or something after we're done with this.
Yep.
I will do my duty. I've seen worse battles than this in my time. It will be done. Indeed.
Fury algorithm. Request approved. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Request approved. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
If I may. Me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
I am a savant.
On display.
Request approved. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Show me what you've got.
Let's set this in motion.
Death is a blessing.
Scared yet?
Brace yourself, Avalon. I took care of this one.
Fire.
This amulet's helping out.
I've suffered worse. At your beck and call. Victory is imminent. At your beck and call.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. Request approved. Running binary override. My vow is to serve. The scriptural prophecy
You to fight like this.
you.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Explorers know one route. Forward. Running binary override. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Let's get to it.
Reading damage to bulk.
Easy. No foe too great. I said, so done.
Bella's treating the injuries before they potentially become a trauma.
You okay, Abelard? He's Abelard on the floor and on fire. He's perfectly fine, though. He hasn't taken any actual health damage.
Yep. Yep.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Request approved. Advancing. High momentum.
A tactically sound approach. Someone else can do this. For von Valencius! Follow my lead. It will be done. I will do my duty.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. My vow is to serve. Running binary. The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols.
Time to slaughter someone. Let's get to it.
Emperor, give me strength. That is foolishness. If I may, I am a navigator, not a servitor. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
They won't expect this been done. That's how it's done. Forge ahead, never linger.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Perfect.
Just lose connection to the stream. Are you still there?
I'm still here, but it said you left the session.
Onward to victory.
So hopefully you can save and...
The voices behind the door are cackling to the beat of all...
Still good on YouTube and Twitch, right?
Yes. There's something down below.
If I'm not mistaken, the streets of
Reactive
Reichert
or
Minoris are
re-invite
about
you.
tears. There is certainly something
I'm
beneath this
willing.
avenue. Storage facilities at the very least.
Sure what happened. Seemed to be okay.
Marching ahead.
And flamers. Neat.
Another battle demands our attention.
Fight.
Your Emperor won't save you!
Attention to detail is the key to success.
non-believers!
Victory is imminent. At your beck and call. It will be done.
We should deal with this.
I will do my duty. Pain and duty go hand in hand. I've suffered worse. Brace yourself, Abelard!
Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may.
At your beck and call. One fewer tongue.
As said, so done. Let's set this in motion. With purpose.
Cogitation failed. The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all. Running binaric override. Request approved. Running binaric override.
Chaos guides me!
High momentum.
I serve the ruinous powers!
It will be done. More the better! No matter the cost. Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Indeed. I took care of this one. One fewer target. I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Oh, my ears are ringing.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Forward. I said, so done. Witness my resolve! One step ahead. I know what to do. They won't expect this.
As the tactical imperative dictates. Request approved. Running binary. Request denied.
The next hit on the chaos spawn will be a critical.
I've suffered worse. Victory is imminent. At your beck and call.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Oh, well, that's nice. At least it was intentional
If I may.
and not an accident. Bella's turn.
Yep.
Costly mistake. Poised for action. I know what to do. As said, so done.
Kaboom.
Last enemy.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. My vow is to serve. Running binaric override.
Yeah, chaos spawns are unpleasant in just about every iteration of a Warhammer game. Sorry, I missed that message a bit earlier, but at least we're able to handle it. Yeah. That's because Darktide were practically somehow superhuman.
A tactically sound approach. It will be done.
And more so once Skitarii comes about.
I will do my duty. That's not the Seneschal's job.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Easy.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Skitari are amongst us. Boy, is that gonna be fun. All the neat, I think they were ranger weapons. I understand people are kind of unhappy that there's not like any Vanguard gear that the Skitari seem to have access to, but doesn't mean it won't get added to in the future. It seems like they're planning to expand some of the weapons and stuff for Arbitrator and probably do some more for the other paid classes as well. I'd be fine with that. That's true. But they did get new weapons eventually.
Out of my way! I took care of this one.
But we're also getting like a bunch of new classes pretty quickly, so we'll see.
Yeah.
They've also chosen not to add more cosmetics for the paid characters, so
I am running out of time.
Yep.
Don't know if I can. Yeah.
Probably gonna have some more combat coming up. Heretical chest for us, outside of maybe for Adira, I think.
Yep.
Let's see this through. All souls cry out for salvation.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Sure, there's just something hidden down here. There's a lot of nothing.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Over there.
Let's seize the moment.
Here. It's behind the door. Oh, that's actually going into somewhere. We could hold here.
Yep.
Let's check here and equip aids and stuff. Yeah. 30%. Pretty good. We'll just worry about that next time. So, hope y'all enjoyed. We'll be back. Well, we'll be back next week with some more of this, and then tomorrow, I think I'm doing Total War Warhammer, since I wanted to continue on with the Warhammer week. And then Friday, I'll do some Fire Warrior and see if I can get that to behave, and hopefully it's better than I've heard. But until then, hope you all have a good evening, have a good night. We'll see you in the next stream. And until then, bye for now. Oh, and I'll make sure to raid over on Twitch side when I find someone. Good night.